Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
And special needs birthday parties.
Dude, if you guys got a birthday party and you want the king of bros there, hit me up.
And your son's in a wheelchair and you want him to go off the second rope on top of Matt Riddle, as long as you pay the day rate.
We can probably make it happen.
Matt will build a ramp where that guy goes and gives him the 1, 2, 3 clean. You pay the day rate, feed him, drink him, get him back to the airport with a nice hotel room, and you got yourself a deal.
Dude, the best deal.
Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Red, you having a little bit of YouTube problems?
I don't believe so.
We're up.
Oh, we're on? Okay.
Yeah.
Then it's me. It's completely me.
And you look 20 pounds thinner, baby.
I can't see nothing right now. I'm just going to go out. You know what? I'll just go to the Rumble feed because I got that up and know that we're on. So I can use that as a monitor. Because I like to always, see I like to see us. I like to see the feed. I think we all have the feed up, and so we can look at chat so they can tell us how stupid and bad we are.
Can I give a shout out to Mark from Tarpon? On Friday, he gave us $500 on the Rumble.
Just did we miss it, or was it
No,
after?
it was on the after show.
Really?
Yes.
Mark from Tarpon?
Yes, sir.
Papa when it's hot?
That's right.
What's that place called?
Tropic Like It's Hot.
Tropics?
Yes, Tropics.
Did
That after show's a cash king, Bubba.
What's that?
I said that after show's a cash king.
Oh, the Friday after show.
Yeah, I mean, if they're bringing out 500,
I mean, listen.
and Lummy's being all modest about it, we might need those guys going 5 days a week.
I mean, we didn't get the horn for him, so I just,
Well, here's the deal, Seth. They could go 5 days a week due to the fact that Macho Man, God bless his little soul. Where's my sound effects for the Macho Man? Right there. Or just the standard Lummy. A lot of times, Lummy, we just give a just there you go.
little ding.
The reason why you're able to have an after show on Friday is because, first of all, I had to have the studio at 10:15 to tape, to finalize the thing that I'm working on. So they had a big crew in here, and they needed I've shot all of my other, times, and they interviewed me, Lummy.
Yes.
They've been from the studio, so they wanted to be consistent. In fact, I even wore my same shirt that I wore before, so it all kind of looks like it's one setting.
Oh, nice.
So anyway, they were here on Friday at 10:15. They taped, till like 6 o'clock on Friday.
It's a long day.
Oh, it's like one of your days.
Yeah.
And you
Squeeze a nap?
No, I can't. I can't nap. I can't nap. I'm either down like a rhino, Marlon Perkins rhino, for a while, and I get back up, or I can't.
There's
nap.
no half measures with TT Night Night.
No. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, so I was here till like 5:30 taping that and just a bunch of stuff, and then Lummy. So regularly, if I was using the big studios, the ones we're in now,
yes,
the one that has a stage and the little podcast world, and just our main studio, the studio that we're in right now. But this is where almost all programming is originated, and we used to have a backup studio in the back that we affectionately called, I don't know why we'd FMB. But maybe, I don't know, should we continue? Should that be the name of it?
Studio B?
I don't know, like maybe we rename it, like Macho, like in the business, like, being an engineer, what would you call that, Bill? Like, we don't have to call it FMB anymore because, FM isn't our only world. So we just call it the Studio B or Backup Studio.
Studio B.
Yeah, Studio B. Well, listen, when I had another guy that was doing engineering around here, he, I don't know how much of a real radio engineer he was. I mean, I think he's a good computer guy, but there's a difference between being a good computer guy and being a real radio. Do I need a little more light on me?
Yeah, you're dark.
You are dark. It's a little warm in here too.
Is
We're talking about little particulars.
Yeah, let's just go ahead. No, seriously. I want to dial it in. I mean, Dan, like when you walk in your operating room, I'm sure that you. Oh God! I'm sure you have temperature parameters.
Yes, I do. They like it cold. I like it warm.
What?
Really?
Yeah. Well, infections are lower if it's warm, and the patient doesn't get hypothermic.
No, it's not true. It's not true.
It is true.
Infections are slower when it's cold.
Not in surgery. And so if the patient's hypothermic...
Why are all hospitals cold then?
I don't know why.
To keep infections down. Oh, hold on. What are you doing here, Macho Man? Light. Oh, he's giving me some more light. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Did you call him a numbass?
No, I call Dan a numbass.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought.
That's why all hospitals are cold, so that they can slow down infection.
Listen, Dr. Bubba, when you're in surgery, if you are below normal body temperature, your absolute infection rate is increased. That's why in burn surgery, they keep people warm, again, trying to prevent hypothermia. That's much more catastrophic than a little bit of warmth.
Okay,
they don't want the I'm sorry.
No.
This says...
Hold on. This says, let me quote your source, please.
This is Lummy Bing.
Right?
It's from pretty much medical.
Let me sound it out,
well,
buddy.
I was going to call you Dr. Bubba because he called you Dr. Bubba.
No. Listen, I take that like, I'm completely trying to dabble in his world, a world that he has 16 to 18 years of education in.
But it's a world you're convinced you're an expert in too, Bubba.
That is true.
Hold on, I'm on the street level doctor deal. I'm a street level doctor with no accreditation, but
like the guy from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, I'm a street level doctor. I've hung around Dan and other people long enough that I've learned, this and a little bit of that. But Dan is, I mean, again, he probably is right by calling me Dr. Bubba. Bubba. He's saying, listen, numbnuts, I am a very highly educated guy that performs, I don't know, thousands of surgeries a year. So let me tell you how it really happens. A guy with hands-on experience and education. Shut up, fat ass. That's what he's trying. That's what Dr. Bubba represents. Shut up, fat ass.
4 short syllables.
So in econtrolsystems.com says operating rooms are usually the coldest areas in a hospital to keep the risk of infection at a minimum.
That's fallacy.
I'm just saying, Dan.
Are you saying Bing's wrong?
Yes, it is.
I mean, are you saying that? Are you saying that textbook wise, medical wise, they may say what Lummy just said, but you're saying for a guy that's in there operating several times a week, here's what the real skinny is. Is that what kind of?
Well, I mean, you want the room cool just so things don't spoil. You don't want things getting rotten. Just like.
But they do make them really cold.
But they do tend to make them a little cold, and the operating rooms tend to be cold. But it's not because of infection. The actual surgical infection rates increase if the temperature is too low.
So do you go in there and say, turn that AC up?
A little bit, yeah, sometimes.
Very
rarely do I say it's too hot.
Do you bark it? Or do you ask nicely?
It's usually Evia, so you have to ask nicely with Evia.
Oh, with Evia.
So you throw her something stiff, she'll throw a rock at you.
There's only one nurse at where Dan operates that Dan has to walk lightly around, and it's Evia, and she used to work for Dan for almost 20 years, and she's the only one that will tell Dan to go get effed.
Yeah, she's pretty stiff.
Am I not right?
Yes, she was just Latvia though. She was absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, she's gorgeous. She was Miss Latvia. She was for the
defected during Miss Universe.
During the Miss Universe competition, she defected. Wasn't the last night of the competition, or the competition was over and they were supposed to fly out the next morning.
She skates,
and it was her and a couple girls. Wasn't
I think there's more than one. Yeah,
yeah.
And they all just kind of
Did he just kind of leave the hotel and vanish? Was it in New York City?
I believe it was, yes. And New York's an easy place to hide.
Well, not only that, but just get a cab to New Jersey and you've already 50% chance of not getting caught.
Oh, exactly.
Because, you cross that bridge out of Manhattan or the boroughs and you get into the bowels of New Jersey. You can, and then from New Jersey, if you can make it to Pennsylvania.
Oh, you're gone.
Yeah. I mean, then just boom. It would be interesting. She'd be an interesting story to say. Did she go from defection? What did she do?
The problem was she had a sister and a mom that was still in Latvia, so she was worried about their, safety.
Would they go to her sister and her mom and say, okay, we're gonna hold the family responsible for your daughter defecting?
They did that in a lot of cases.
That's what I'm saying. Is that what they were worried about?
Yeah, that's what happened in communist countries. Or if in North Korea you leave, they put your whole family in jail.
Did they do anything to her family or no?
I don't think they did anything significant. No, because things were softening up then too. It was right before the whole thing fell apart.
Right. Now, was she able to eventually make? I mean, I know she makes a great living and she's got a rich husband, but was she able to finally get her family over here or no?
No, they're there. Her sister and her mom are still in Latvia. She's been able to visit.
Meaning she can go over there?
Yes, she can go back over there.
Why did she come over here then hire a big shot immigration
Yeah, she's a Vatican citizen now.
Right, she's one of the very few that actually did it Maria Guatemala too though. They become, they hire a US citizen attorney. Aren't there attorneys that specialize in that?
Very specialized.
Citizen attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
And then isn't it like 15 grand to go through the whole process to do it the right way with an attorney, and then you're issued a Social Security card. You're you're an American citizen. You're now in the system.
It goes from a visa to a green card to citizenship
to a driver's license.
Yeah,
right, something like that.
To a passport.
Yeah, to have
you need to get your
passport.
Right. So now she has an American passport.
So what's your sweet zone? What's your sweet spot? In temperature in the operating room.
I like it in the upper 60s because again I'm wearing two layers of gowns. I just don't want 61, but 70, 68,
69,
70. Yeah, it depends on what I'm doing. If I'm doing lipo, it's more fatiguing, more sweaty.
Right.
If I'm doing a facelift, it's different. So if the body's out, I'm worried about body temperature. We put heating blankets on the patients too that run like hot air on them.
So
we don't want them getting cold.
So anyway, there's the obvious news today, and I'm sure we'll get trolled, and the people won't be very happy about it. Bubba the Love Sponge show talks about politics almost the entire show.
Caitlin Clark beating the Olympic team. That's good news.
I mean, I do have some things, some lighter things I like to talk about. Obviously, the USA and their path to the Paris Olympics are starting to do some some international competition games. These games don't count towards, these aren't the Paris Olympic Games, but a lot of what the U.S. basketball team does. And I think even 92 started this, Seth, and that's where they'll go and play some small international tournaments or just some flat out international teams, over usually in their court, just to get the feel of, being, the jet lag and just getting the feel of how good nobody really knows. Nobody has any tape necessarily on these teams, and so you got to kind of play them to figure out where the talent level is globally.
Well, I mean, the USA has to run their team out there too to figure out what combination of players is going to work the most.
They just can't have the coach throw a lineup and then know that's going to be there's probably a lot of tweaking, right? They probably figured out, listen, this guy LeBron doesn't do well with X, Y, and Z, but the X, Y, and Z guys do better with such and such.
Well, Steve Kerr said they're going to build around the big three, which is going to be Joel Embiid, Steph Curry, and LeBron, which means you're potentially leaving out Kevin Durant or Anthony Edwards, or there's so Jason Tatum. There's so many guys that are good.
They
know their role, but it's just a massive amount of talent.
It was the same way with 92. Remember, Larry, I don't even think played that much because he was hurt. He didn't even play that much. Jordan played probably half as much as he regularly would. Magic didn't play much. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of times they put the young guys out there to build up a lead, then they bring the old timers in there just to do some Harlem Globetrotter type stuff, right?
I don't remember who played. I just remember that they blew everybody out, everybody knew they would.
Yeah, 92 they had Jordan starting, and then usually he was done by halftime.
Right. Then they throw in
Christian Laettner.
I don't think Christian Laettner got much at all.
No, he didn't. But they played Clyde Drexler and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Karl Malone, Charles Barkley. Jesus, they were packed full of forwards and centers.
Yes.
They had David Robinson, Patrick Ewing. And didn't they have one other center? I don't know who else they had. I'll say it. Maybe that was it.
I think that was it for.
But the small and power forwards of the 92 team. You got Bird. You got Charles. You got Carl. Maybe you threw Karl Malone in there as a center, but he was really a power forward, wasn't he?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You got Malone. You got Barkley. You got just those four, right?
Yeah.
And then on the guard you got Jordan, I think wasn't Scottie Pippen on the team too?
Yeah, but he was a forward.
So he's in the forward category. Yeah. Was Rodman on the team?
No.
They knew that he would defect.
Of course.
Yeah.
We're over here. Was it Barcelona?
Yes.
That was what it was.
Yep.
Hey, we're in Barcelona, but Rodman's down in North Korea with Kim Jong right now. He's requesting a 2-day off. Like the time that he played for the Bulls, and he tells Rodman's all effed up in the head at practice, and he goes to Phil Jackson and says, "I need a vacation. This is in the middle of the season. I need a vacation." And so Phil goes, "Man, we need to talk to Michael about this." This was on The Last Dance, Lummy.
Yes, it
Remember
was.
that Michael's like, "Phil, you can't give this guy 2 days in Vegas. Are you kidding me? We'll have to literally fly to Vegas to shoehorn him out of some hotel room with hookers." I mean, come on. Phil Jackson gives Dennis Rodman 2 days. And Jordan's full hot on the deal, and it ends up being after 48 hours. Lummy, remember Rodman hadn't reported back,
yep.
So I think Jordan had to fly out there and actually get him,
scoop him out of a hotel room, just like you said.
Yeah, because Jordan was the only one that listen. I'm not going to send Luke Longley out there. You're not going to send Steve Kerr out there. You're not going to send Scottie Pippen out there. There's only one dude you can send. I mean,
is that what happened? I don't remember Michael Jordan going to pull Dennis Rodman out anywhere. Michael Jordan isn't a bitch.
No, it was during the postseason. That's why.
It was during the postseason. I think they were in L.A. or Phoenix, or they might have been in Phoenix. So they actually it wasn't that long of a travel. But yes, I do and think. Let me see if you can find the piece. But there's a piece on where on The Last Dance where Jordan tells this story. Jordan tells this story. And I think part of the story is he's the one that had to go to Vegas to finally get the worm to stop being, at nightclubs till 6 a.m. on Molly, 4 bitches in his room.
Well, Jordan might have stopped by a casino on the way if he was going to pick up Robin in Vegas.
Of course he did.
Play a hand.
He hit the elevator button and put 10 grand on red on the roulette table.
Now it's starting to make more sense. He's like, let me go get Dennis.
Vegas.
He's like, listen, he let Rodman get 4 extra hours of sleep while he played the roulette, while he played blackjack. He's like, right?
Phil and Jordan both had to go out and get him.
There you go.
Oh, no.
Let me see if you
Phil,
can
you go up and get him. I'll be hitting this table.
All right, so the most obvious story, obviously is the story we're going to cover quite extensively because it's just there's so much to cover on it, and it's news. We're not saying we're trumping MAGA support. We're just going to report the fact and fairly report the fact that our current president Joe Biden withdrew his candidacy to be the Democratic presidential candidate for this coming election, November 5. Yesterday, in a letter written to, I think, senior White House officials, then later tweeted out. Now, has he done a press conference?
I don't know.
I thought because yesterday they were saying he was going to address the American, intimated that it would be like at 7 or 8 Sunday night. But, maybe...
I think he's still quote-unquote sick. And, Bubba, I don't know, because a lot of people don't want him to continue being president now. So I don't know if he's prepared to do a press conference.
So are you saying like that? And I saw some of those stories, and we'll get into them. But like we're saying now,
if he's not competent,
they're saying, okay, not only are you not the GOP, but we don't even want you to be pres.
Right.
Well, I mean,
I don't think they have any press. I don't think they have any power. I don't think you have any power unless you invoke the 24th or 25th Amendment, which at that point, it just states like if the president didn't know his name and didn't know he was in a car wreck or got shot. Let's say Trump was the president and that assassination attempt went correctly and he didn't die. He was being, Dan.
But like in a coma.
Like a Terry Schiavo kind of deal.
Right.
Like you have zero, you're never going to be competent enough to know what 2 + 2 is.
Right.
Ever.
And that's why the amendment is written the way it's written, because if they evoke it and you are well enough to just simply write a letter to the Senate to say, I'm okay.
You can literally say, I'm okay, Joe.
Right.
Four words. If you had the ability to just really, he still writes in cursive, old school.
Well, a lot of people do.
I am okay, Joe. Boom. They can't use it. They cannot invoke the 25th Amendment.
It reverses the invocation, and then the Senate's supposed to let him back in.
So, obviously he's not there. So the only way they're going to be able to get him to resign prior to his presidency would be to have to get him to agree to it.
Right. Or extort him.
I did hear this.
You know what I'm saying? They could pressure him. And if you think about that.
I heard this. I did hear this. I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole on this because this is going to be a major part of our talking today. This is the story that we have to talk about and wade through. Everything from him quitting, him pulling out, who he's endorsing, who the Clintons have already publicly endorsed, what other Democrats are saying. Now that is folded into people potentially calling for his job and let Kamala get in there and get 6-7 months underneath her feet a little bit, which would kind of make sense. I mean, like if you're really all in on endorsing Kamala.
Doesn't she have to run for president though?
No, because if he resigns, she gets elevated for, let's say,
but not for the next 4 years though.
She's got just 6 months.
But she gets sick. But she gets 6 months. Seth.
But I'm saying she has to. What I'm saying is she has to campaign. She has to get out there and have people vote.
I understand that, but what if I'm saying if the Democratic Party said, I think she's more electable if we can say that she has 5-6 months of running the country, intern wise, and now she's our candidate, and she, has 6 months experience. And I think that might bode better her meeting. You set up all these PR events where, Dan, she's going to meet, she goes to go see Zelensky. She, really does try to do something about this Israel conflict. She, maybe goes and tries to shore up the borders. Like in 6 months, man, if you got your president doing something every day, working him to the bone because, her, and in this case, she is your candidate for the president. And she could act, if she would just pull a rabbit out of her hat. She goes and be president for 5 months, and she pulls, Dan, let's say she pulled I got Putin and Zelensky to cease fire and to agree on some type of treaty. If she could pull that out of her ass, or pull anything out of her ass, it would better the Democratic chances of taking the White House. Right now, you can't throw all the people they're mentioning, and Gavin Newsom isn't even on the short list. They got like the Michigan governor, they got a bunch of these governors right now that are on their short lists that I even saw on CNN last night. They're like, nobody knows these people. Like, even if Kamala's not the candidate, you don't think that she's, could do it. She has a higher name recognition than any other person they could prop up. And if they got Joe out agreeably and let her be the president for the next 5 months, that's the special ingredient as to give the Democratic Party a chance to actually win the election.
Uncle Eric, 50 on the cash app.
Because, think about it. If Dan, let's just say that she becomes the president next Monday, okay? Mm-hmm. Joe Biden goes, Joe Biden resigned from presidency, just like Dick Nixon did. As soon as Dick Nixon wrote that letter and said it on TV, boom, Gerald Ford was the guy, right?
Right.
And I think Gerald Ford was the guy for like 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, and look at that situation. Gerald Ford was so crappy for those 2 years that he got his ass whipped by Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, it didn't take much.
How bad are you when you get your ass whipped by Jimmy Carter, the second worst president in the history of our presidency?
Well, Gerald Ford would work kind of like it the same way as Kamala, because
that's what I'm saying.
He was never elected to anything. He was appointed. He was appointed from
less the time. Obviously Gerald had way more time. It's going to be tougher to make these huge decisions and get your name out and your style out in 6 months. But 6 months is better than nothing. Joe right now being the president does nothing
for them,
for the Democratic Party.
No, and
so you have to look at this not as the people, the characters involved, but the party. You got to look at the party and the down ticket ramifications of getting your ass whipped.
Yes.
You got to look at it as the party.
Right, and because they are more concerned with identity politics and visibility and popularity than they are substance, that's the reason that Kamala Harris would be an effective substitute. Also, she would be stronger if she's running as president than as vice president to a fool.
Right.
So, it would help them.
Right.
And Trump would have to reprint all those 47 T-shirts.
Yeah, 47 million.
It'd be 48.
But 2,000 bits.
So, but and here's the deal: they find, what. So you throw Kamala in there, and she's your candidate. First of all, Joe quits next week. Mm-hmm. She's in there. She's interim president for 6 months. She does pretty good. How can you do any worse?
Right. I'm sure she could figure out some way to do worse.
I'm just telling you.
It could get worse.
The Democratic Party would pay for some. I don't care if they had to get involved with Zelensky and give Zelensky $35 million personally to stop the war. There's some shady. George Soros is, a zillionaire and can fund any type of deal you need funded democratically. Period. With any soft pack. Elon Musk stepped up and said he was going to give $45 million a month to the Donald Trump campaign. Don't think that, the Democrats can't do the same thing and strategically, while Kamala is the president.
Well, did you see John Morgan?
No, what did you...
I sent you his tweet. He said he's not going to fundraise for Harris if she's the nominee.
Oh, he
He
did.
didn't like her.
Yep. Nope, he does not like her.
And hold on, here's this. And here's
Well, he doesn't think she can win.
But here's a lot.
Correct.
But here's what people don't know. John Morgan. I'm not trying to say that, but him and I are personal friends. I texted him last weekend when his brother died, Tim, and so him and I are very. I mean, listen, me and John Morgan are so close that when I visited John Morgan one time from his office for a certain situation, he called and got Bill Clinton on the phone, and me and Bill and John talked about a topic. And when John Morgan introduced me to Mr. President, I have a guy, Bubba the Love Sponge. He's a famous shock jock down here. He goes, I swear, oh, wait, I heard of that rascal. He said he'd heard of me. It almost validated me like a little bitch. I'm like, wow, hold on. So the president of the former, a two-term president, regardless of your party affiliation, Bill Clinton was over.
Big shot, yes.
I mean, he was over.
He was.
I mean, Bill Clinton, I think him and Barack and Hillary pretty much run the Democratic. I think they still run it.
Oh,
I
it
think
seems.
I think Barack's the senior elder, like he's the main dude, but he Bill has influence, and so I mean, John Morgan and I are so close that we talked to the president, and it just gave me goosebumps. But listen, John Morgan is a major mover and shaker in the Democratic Party. I mean, major. I mean, like
They do fundraisers at his house.
yeah. When Barack Obama and Hillary, when they came to Orlando to fundraise, they do it at John Morgan's house, and most of the time, like they spend the night. John Morgan was telling me one time, man, when the president spends the night at your house, they got helicopters above. Like, I mean, I guess that they had a, full-blown SWAT team if you're going to spend the night in a private residence, right?
Yeah.
Everybody has to be checked out. The rooms had to be going through. But, if John Morgan said that, he said, I will not campaign, I will not fundraise for Kamala, she's done. Like, please.
Yeah.
I think that he's like powerful. I think he's one of the most powerful donors, movers and shakers in the Democratic fundraising deal.
Good.
They already had a pre-roll this morning on YouTube to donate to her campaign fund.
Really?
Yeah, it wasn't like
And
a
you saw
Biden.
pre-roll and got excited about something else.
There's so many wrinkles. There's so many wrinkles to this. Obviously, we can get more into it later, but the money, the $100 million that they have in the bank,
it's 90.
It's 90,
it's
whatever.
90.
It's close to 100.
All right,
but
so call it 90.
so the $90 million they have in the bank, under the Kamala Biden campaign, the Harris Biden campaign,
They
she
have
does
to
have rights to that money. She has rights to that money.
All right, but I'm saying, hold on. She does.
Right.
But would the senator from
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. That's a big problem.
So, hold on. They have $90 million right now in their campaign fund.
Right.
It takes a couple $100 million total to win.
Right.
That's the average budget of. I mean, Lummy, maybe you could look into what the average budget. What was Donald Trump's?
It's 600-ish. 600.
Is it really?
It's around 600 million.
It's nearly $500 million. It's over it's almost $500 million bucks.
Yes.
So they got 90 million sitting in a Biden Harris account, and you're saying to me that if they brought in the Michigan governor of to be the candidate, that that Kamala and Biden don't have to give it to her?
Arguably, no.
I think they have to give it back to the party, don't they?
Or to the donors.
Oh, back to the donor.
Or back to the donors.
Think about how much of a accounting nightmare that would be.
Or they could donate it to another charity. So they could theoretically donate it. Harris could donate it to this other person. But if they bypass Harris, if they decide
Harris is going to be mad as a wildcat.
So is every black person and every woman in America, because to pass
View.
her up.
Oh my God, the View may have a meltdown.
They would have a meltdown, and they justifiably would have a meltdown, because if she was so special that she should be vice president, then she's so special that she should rise to the lead candidate, even though she got 0 delegates and less than 1% during her primary.
We got to get into we got to wait for this because we're getting into it.
Wait, we're deep in it, Bubba.
Well, we're gonna we're
in choppy waters now.
We're coming out next with the South Sudan versus USA Olympic warm-up game, and
this is like Cool Runnings.
We almost got beat.
South Sudan, man. The
Like,
powerhouses.
who the hell is the South Sudan? And if our team with LeBron and Steph Curry and just every Kevin Durant and every greatest, superstar in the last 10 years, they've been comparing this team to like being better than the 92 Dream Team. And these guys almost get beat in their first game by South Sudan. Come on, man. We'll get into that next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Why am I not getting...
We're not getting YouTube?
Yeah.
Really?
Are you?
Yeah. Yeah, I've had the whole show.
And that's my jam. That's where I usually go.
Ah, great place to be.
From Maine.
597 people ready to chat you up with you, right now.
Where?
Disney Phil.
Right here.
My back end is not working.
Could you go through the front way?
I mean, I use the, our back end creative studio to get into it.
Are you having an IT outage?
Hey, Rhett, if you can you come in here, buddy?
What's up, Abe?
Bubba paging RHETT, Rhett to the emergency room, Rhett to the emergency
Have
room.
you just go to youtube.com and tried to go in?
I don't want to do it that way. I want.
Oh my God, dude!
I want to be an admin, you fucker. Jesus.
Why, you bounce people?
That big lady.
No, but I don't want to be on the jobber end of it. When I own it, be like the owner standing outside of this restaurant.
Yeah, it's how you get the best feel for your customers, what they like.
I got to be in the fucking kitchen, bitch. I'll have to get mines on it.
It's too hot in the kitchen.
Lummy, get Red over here immediately. Or you're fired.
Oh, wow.
T. Barrington, Christopher Stevens, Troy, Nelson, Warren, Katie Powers, Abby, Jasper, James. Fucking mind that. Iggy, good morning. Crazy is good morning.
Hey, Bubba, the back end for YouTube is not working right now.
Okay, so I'm not okay.
It's
Perfect.
not just you; it's everyone here. And
But we're on
YouTube.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
You can't be in the back end right now.
All right, well, no back end.
No back end right now.
All right.
My exclusive story.
No back end.
No back end.
Macho, you liking me better?
You are.
Well, I think the graphic was
No.
I think it was that one graphic. Could you get my pictures back
on?
on? Have we updated them at all?
Not
So my excellent storage shed, Jonesy, Orbit 3.
Oh, there was something else I need to talk to you about. I need about that 411 page.
Warhol. That's all. Armando.
I just want when you go to that Bubba 411 page, I just want to talk to you about making a couple little changes.
Okay.
Is that easy? You think?
Yeah.
Okay. On that, when they hit the QR code, that landing page. And then if you get a chance to watch, make sure that Merch Crick ordered those mics processor. Just tell her you just spoke with me and Bubba wanted me to make sure that you had ordered those fucking things. So I get those because then should we visually how do they look back there? I didn't get a chance to hear it.
We just had the mobile cam set up. We couldn't have the cameras in there yet.
But I mean, did the mobile cams look good?
No, it was just a white shot.
Just a white shot.
We gotta get the cameras put in there. So,
Right, so we need to probably get we probably need to get some stationary cameras in there. They could be probably towards the cheaper end, right?
We have more of these ones.
Which what?
The one that's on Zest.
Why? Oh, on Seth. Yeah. We do have. Are those good?
I mean, they'll do the job. We already bought them.
Okay. Do you have it? So you have enough?
We have 3. I think.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Lummy, you were back there on Friday. How was it?
It was good.
Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to ask you about that, okay?
Okay.
Did you see the video, Bubba? You gotta see how they all look. They were all so jammed in together, like at the kids' table for
We
Thanksgiving.
had to share a mic on one of them.
Where's it at, Lummy? On YouTube?
Yeah, it should be right. Yeah, it should be on YouTube. I'll
Like Simon and Garfunkel?
I was gonna do a screenshot of the setup to clown them, but I didn't want to.
Might as well.
I don't want to. I know.
Lummy, was it under live?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it would be the global IT crash. That one?
Yes.
Okay.
Booty Jared.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Now, by the way, the Bubba the Love Sponge show, Monday, July 22, 2024. I got so many things to talk about, like not newsworthy, but more like in our own little world, the Bubba world, the drama and conflict that usually ensues within our little world. Like there's always something going on. Like Saturday, I take Gene Lasker to the TNT Burger in North.
Oh, the Gold Burger.
Yeah, it's at Dale Mabry and Hamilton, right next to the 7-Eleven. So Lasker, we decide to meet at noon on Saturday. Okay. And
is he a hard guy to coordinate stuff with, or he gets back to you pretty quickly?
Oh no, he's great.
Oh, is he okay?
Oh, excellent.
He seems like the kind of guy that
and you
doesn't
understand. He owns his own. He owns his own business, and he doesn't have to be there for it to run. Like he doesn't really do.
So he's on his phone.
Yeah, he could, or he could be out for a 2-hour lunch.
Okay.
Or the boys, the boys get 30 minutes. They have to eat their lunch there at the shop, and then it's back to work, buddy. And so, and they're the ones that are doing the sandblasting and the powder coating and putting the stuff in the oven and all that kind of stuff. Gene usually is just in the office, talking to his customers, collecting money. But then, if they get like a big, like I've seen Busch Gardens send over like
a roller coaster?
5,000. Think about this. Like the handrails and stuff, leading up to the, all those are, that's not painted because painting chips. Those are all powder coated. All the railing and all that type of stuff, and all the white railing that you see in hospitals. Lasker's got such a huge powder coating business that he has. There's actual white powder coating for hospitals, meaning the handrails are white. They're powder coated white with like an antibacterial type flake in it or something like that. Like it's just not
like bacteria don't like growing on it.
Like it's like it's a bacterial resistant powder coat. And so I've seen them before when there's been a semi trailer full of hospital handrails sent to the shop. And he's got 3 dudes. But and the hospital needs them in 2 weeks. The people, so
you have to paint it and then cook it. Is that what it is? Like it's a paint, it's an application followed by a kiln.
Like if it was just a piece of an aluminum handrail or steel like that, yes. But like if it's steel or something like that, sometimes you have to sandblast it so it goes to the very back of the property. They got a pole barn about the size of our studio. And that's the sandblasting booth, and that's the worst job in the world to have because you got to have this big, huge mask on, and you literally you're using this like a kind of spray, like the kind of wand, Lummy, that they use to spray cars.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You're using kind of that kind of deal, and you're bead blasting and sandblasting all of this metal to get it smoother to prep it. Some metal that gets powder coated has to be sandblasted and others doesn't. But they have to wipe each handrail down with a special solvent to make sure there's no oils, on it or anything like that. Then they have to hang it. Then they have to shoot it. So Lasker, like when they get a really big job, Lasker has to kind of help. And that,
Right. He doesn't want to get screwed up.
Yeah, but so he probably only has to jump in and help like maybe, 4 or 5 times a month. Otherwise than that, he's pretty flexible. So getting a hold of him, we could do content with him. And boy, I did the hamburger review of TNT Hamburger or TNT. It might just be called TNT Burgers. I don't know what it's called.
TNT Burgers.
So it's at Hamilton and Dale Mabry. But Lummy, supposedly there's an actual. We got completely bamboozled. Last year's like, oh man, looks like I looked this thing up wrong on the internet. There's 2 of them, and one of them's a restaurant, which is closer to down here by the stadium, I think. Isn't it? Or no, is it past Gandy? I mean, is it past 275?
You remember where Monster Lobster's place was?
Way down there?
Yeah, that's right around that area. By Plant High School and stuff.
Okay, so way down there.
Yeah,
now
it just opened.
Is it an actual building?
Yes.
Okay.
But it just opened, so.
Well, so we pull. Lasker texts me, and I could actually read it. So he gets there. I really pride myself on being on time.
You're very punctual.
So, oh yeah. So Lummy, I had it. Me and the Merch Crick had it. I had myself getting there about 8 till. We decided to meet at noon. Like, listen, we're gonna do this food review. We couldn't do it on Thursday because
they don't open till 5.
They don't open till 5. We didn't know that they think they're so goddamn pimp that they don't even open for lunch. They just open up for dinner, and then on Saturdays and Sundays they do a lunch at noon. So Lasker and I couldn't do it last Thursday. And I'm like, Lasker, let's meet me at noon on Saturday. TNT Burger. Dale Mabry, Hamilton. All right, I'll be there. So I'm scheduled, let me to get there at about 8 till. He texts me at let me see. Here we go. Okay, he texts me at 11:40. He's 20 minutes early. That's Gene Lasker.
Oh wow.
He goes, I'm here, and you're going to be surprised. It is a dump. I go, I'm not inside. He goes, I'm not inside. I'm still in my truck. Need next to, I guess it's next to Maximum Audio Stereo Shop, Lummy.
Oh, yeah.
I said, okay, I'm headed there. Stay in the truck so we can walk in together, passing the stadium now. He goes, turn left on Hamilton. It's right by the 7-Eleven. I go, okay. So I've already been pre-warned by him, Lummy, that it's a dump. And it's like, so I pull in, and I'm with the Merch Crick, and I'm at the stoplight to make a left into the parking lot, and I can see Lasker's truck there, right? And I'm trying to now look. He's like, I'm parked right in front of it. So I'm like, okay, well, there's no rrestaurant there. There's Lummy, you know the tent?
Yeah.
That Rhett's uncle made for me at Pinecrest. Picture like 2 of those, but maybe double as big. So there was 2 tents.
Oh man.
There was 2 tents, one of which had the side all the way down on it. And then those 2 tents were backed up to like 2 18-foot enclosed trailer, like the kind of trailer that Aaron would move around all of his Skag mowers in.
Oh boy.
Like an 18-foot landscaping trailer. There was 2 of those parked nose to nose to each other. Then there was like this, indoor outdoor AstroTurf carpet, and then the tent over that, and then these little wooden picnic tables.
Oh,
and then they had like where they kept the drinks and stuff were just coolers, just a Pepsi cooler and a Monster cooler and a water cooler, like the kind of coolers at 7-Eleven.
I sent you a screen or like the roadside image that you can zoom in on.
Yeah.
If this is
now,
it.
if you remember, guys, we must have clicked on like maybe the new restaurant.
I think so.
And like they don't obviously look like this. Lummy, what did you send me?
I tried to send you the screen, the street side.
Catfished by a restaurant?
We did, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
All right, hold on, Lummy. I'm trying to. Okay, Lumix. Okay, boom. I gotta find that picture now. Oh, it must be behind here. Lummy, I can't finding it.
Oh no.
All right, hold on.
I see some tents and
it says
like a trailer.
X.com still gray status. Oh no, you know what? Never mind. I got it. Sometimes your texts kind of creep up on you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I
The messenger.
Here we go. So hold on.
Yeah, if you hit the plus, you can zoom in on that.
What? Hold on now. We're going. Hold on. We're going. We're going.
For your $100 hamburger?
All right, for my $100 hamburger. Now we don't know at this point. We don't know at this point.
This should be redneck heaven, Bubba.
So anyway,
not for $100 hamburger.
For $100 hamburger, I think I should be in the in some very very nice, booth, nice chair.
You're not paying for that. You're paying for the gold.
I know. So
not paying for no ambiance.
This guy melted it out of his own teeth.
This guy right here, picture Lasker being right here. In this pickup truck.
Yeah.
And the restaurant is on the other side of this tarp. See this tarp?
Yes.
Jesus.
You walk into there. I don't know if I can zoom around here or.
If you hit the plus, it should zoom in a little bit.
Do they speak the English there?
Oh, yeah. Lasker goes, I think our guy's a terrorist. And I go, Gene, stop.
Say that.
You can't. No, for real. I think our guy's a terrorist. Well, here's the deal. But this is gone now. This building's gone.
Oh, they tore down the actual building?
Yeah.
Oh, that's smart.
This building's gone. And they just got see this tent right here?
Yeah.
This tent and this tent are here and here, and then back here are 2 trailers parked side by side. That's TNT Burger.
Did you spray 409 on your tongue? I'm surprised that you're so disturbed by the setup of this place.
Whoa, did you sound like picnic tables eat?
No, so Lasker wanted to call it off, and I'm like, no. Hold on, let's not call it off. You can't always necessarily. I've been to some roadside food stuff before where the food's quite good.
Oh, yeah.
The food's good. Look at the carnival, for instance. You could go get a corn dog at, a regular place. Go get you a carnival corn dog.
Right.
Even though the conditions probably aren't nearly as sanitary. You got the state fair effect built into the deal.
Guy's missing some teeth.
Yeah, but man, they can make
Tastes
a hell of
better.
a corn dog.
They sure can.
They really can.
Whatever dirt's underneath their nails is magically flavored.
So, Lummy, we went to TNT Burger, which is basically an outdoor tent with 2 trailers, and you should hear I'm having to calm him down. He's yelling at the guy. Hey, let me tell you something. What the hell's going on around here? That we thought we were going to be in a restaurant. I'm like, Gene, shut up.
I thought Gene would be okay with something like that.
No, he was full hot on it, and he brought his stepson, Coben.
Oh, Coben, was he cutting promos on it too?
Listen, can I tell you something?
I know him.
I know that's why I'm going to refer to you. I don't really know Coben that well, but you do because you coached him for 2 years.
Yeah,
for
a
year. And so when you coach a kid for a year, you kind of start to understand their personality. And Coben's kind of got this dry, deadpan, as no nonsense personality. Would you call it that, Dan?
Yes, he's actually pretty funny.
He's really funny. And so he actually stole the show. One time, Lasker goes, let me tell you something. Call me an idiot, but I certainly picked the wrong place. So I look stupid as hell. I go, Coben, would you agree with Gene? He looks stupid as hell. And he goes, I wouldn't necessarily say that.
He's not going to cut promo on him.
He knows better. When I asked him to co-sign with me on his stepdad just proclaimed himself to be an idiot, Coben was smart enough to say, I'm not going to necessarily say that. I would say that my dad probably made a wrong choice. And this is all on tape. And oh my God, the dynamic is so fun. Which, by the way, whoever lit me, Macho Man, I think you came in. It's perfect. It's perfect. Now, you know what? I think it was the back. It was the back screen.
I got a picture for you of TNT from Merch Crick, so I sent it to you.
You did?
Yeah.
Is it on my thing?
Oh yeah.
But I got to tell you, man, eating in this environment really just goes to show you that you can't. That's
Jesus.
Where we went.
It really is TNT Burger in a metal shed.
That's exactly where we went.
Yeah,
and
I see the trailers over there where they're cooking everything.
Yeah. The trailers are. Dan, can you see the trailer here?
Oh my God.
There's one 18-foot trailer there, and then there's one parked in nose to nose, and they just go back and forth out of these trailers, and then they have these little. In fact, this is where we sat. We sat right there. Nice. There is where we sat.
That's incredible.
That's where we sat.
Rope that table off forever, man.
I was sitting there, Merch Crick sitting there, Gene sitting here, and Coben sitting there. And Lasker was nonstop He goes, let me take. So I'll just tell you this. We go to order the gold burger, and he goes, I'm going to have to call to see if we have any. And I go, what do you mean? You don't know if you have the gold wrapping? He goes, the other store might have the gold wrapping, and they can send it down. I'm like, well, I don't think we want that. Like if you don't have the gold wrapping here, and then Laster goes, other store? What do you mean other store? And they go, oh, we have a brand new location at South Del Mabry. That's where they serve the gold wrap burger. We don't really serve it here. And Laster goes, well, why is it on the menu then? Because it was on the menu. And the guy goes, well, and so anyway, that's how it starts.
No one's stupid enough to order the burger.
So we decide to get, since Laster wants to get up and leave. We ain't doing this.
Did he want to go to the other one?
No, he just want to go home. I ain't driving all the way down here. Like, this is up in the Carrollwood area.
Yes.
So the one close to me is the one with the gold?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the one by Plant High. So like Carrollwood to Plant High, I mean, that's 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not having a burger being transferred
I mean, that's 30 minutes fighting through Waters and then Hillsborough, then Martin Luther King, and then Dale Mabry. I'm sorry, then Kennedy, and all these major intersections. It's probably the most congested road in all of Tampa Bay, Dale Mabry. And so this little shop here, TNT Burger, they're 30 minutes away from getting some gold wrap. So we're like, Lasker gets up. I'm out of here. I'm going to do the gold burger, $99. I ain't doing this. This isn't even a real place. It's got an Astor here down here with me. And by the way, there was a feral cat that was underneath the trailer. And Lasker goes, next thing you know, I'll be eating that. They got cat down here. And, like, whatever.
He's not wrong.
And I'm like, Gene, we're here. So we might as well just tape something, okay?
Yeah.
Like, we're here. Like, you got your ass out of bed, drove all the way from Land O'Lakes. I drove all the way from West Shore. Like, we're here. Let's get something, okay? I'm buying because I can write it off as a business expense because it's content.
Yeah.
So the Bubba Radio Network credit card pays for lunch when we do things like this because it's content. So I go, Lasker, I'm paying for it. All right. Well, how about we all get that COVID, and on the menu, it's called the COVID-19 burger. And it's where they put that syringe at the, you might be able to find some. Yep. They put that syringe in top. It's actually ingenious. It's pretty damn ingenious. And it really, honest to God, I mean, it was a pretty damn good hamburger.
Do they have an endless supply of syringes in the neighborhood?
Well, Dan, you know that you can call. You know what? Here's the thing. I wonder if their syringes are considered food grade.
Mm.
Or are they just buying them from, Amazon? They're like,
wouldn't you know, Bubba? They looked like big fake plastic needles. But
no, I think you know what, Dan? I think there's an actual company that makes food injection syringes, food grade. I really do think that there is. So I'm just saying. Did you send me a picture?
Yes, I did.
All right, hold on. And this is the infusion burger, and so they.
That looks like a regular syringe.
Yeah, maybe. So it comes with hamburger. We got ours with hamburger, the onion ring, the lettuce, and ketchup and cheese and bacon. And then they put the infuse gimmick in the very top.
What was the flavor of your infused gimmick?
Everybody, it's all the same. It's like a kind of a ranch base, kind of like a McDonald's, kind of like a Arby's sauce.
Right.
But it was good. It was good. But that's what it looks like right there. So Lasker takes one bite. I'm not going to talk any. This will be out 5:00 on Thursday. But I will tell you this. I take my first bite and I'm like, wow. I mean, this is pretty damn good. And I'm the one that does the reviews. I'm not.
You're the connoisseur.
Yeah, Lasker goes, it sucks. I think at Merch Creek, you got a temperature. I think I got COVID from eating it. and Gene doesn't talk lightly. Like, Gene's talking so that, everybody can hear him.
The whole city can hear him.
Right. And I go, Coben, how's yours? And he goes, and he's still chewing his, and he goes, well, pretty good. It's pretty good. So, yeah. Now, let me to save grace. Gene and I have agreed in the next month or so to do the next one at the TNT actual restaurant,
South Tampa one,
and get the gold burger.
Nice.
Because that's what everybody wants. That's what everybody wants is to know is how in the hell can you charge $99 for a hamburger that's wrapped in gold, and just that's what everybody wants to know. I'm
surprised Dan hasn't found that place yet.
No,
with all the gold.
I don't. But hey, Dan, can you do me a favor? Because I know how you are, Super Dan. Don't try to do like I got that planned for me to do for some content. Don't you try to go do it.
Oh, I'm not going
before
to.
me,
No.
just to scoop me and to be like Johnny on the spot.
I wasn't. That never even crossed my mind.
Oh, you sure you weren't thinking about headed down there today for dinner?
No, I was thinking about offering to meet you and Gene there when you do it, but that even came out of my mind. Okay, that went in and came out before I said something.
No, hold on. Since we're so close to your house, and you have a refined palate as well, and can editorialize well on you can explain why you like or don't like something. Yeah. When we do it, let's do me, you, and Gene.
Okay, if it works out. I
And
wasn't trying to
Coben.
shoot. Okay.
I mean, like hell yeah.
I
Why
like
not have
Coben.
all four of us there?
Okay.
This, by the way, we talked earlier. Team USA. Supposedly, they're comparing themselves to the 92 Dream Team. Like they say they're even better than the 92 Dream Team.
They always say that. Yeah.
And so they're playing a warm-up game in South Sudan. You know, that powerhouse.
Oh, yeah, super powerhouse.
I mean, how many guys in the league are even from South Sudan?
There's one guy that might be in the league next year.
Yeah.
He's a 7-foot
There's
one guy.
hold on. So South Sudan's history with the NBA is, quote, there's one dude that might make it next year.
They got one guy in the NBA G League and one guy.
Right.
No, that's it.
I mean, you can't mention like 5 dudes that are really playing on a high caliber in the NBA. These are just some Sudan dudes. They have gotten together and formed a team, and they almost beat us. Here it is. There's 56 seconds left. We're up by 4, 99-95. I mean, it should be 150-10 right now.
Yeah, but we're forced to play white guys on our team.
No, we're not.
White guys
No, white guys in the USA team.
No, do you see any out there?
That is so stupid. And no,
That guy,
Dan.
the guy at the base isn't.
Just because he's next to a South Sudan guy.
On Z100. You're talking about Derek White?
It's dumb. Dan's dumb. We're forced to play white guys
don't
on
have
our
white
team.
guys on the team.
We only have 2
I don't
white guys.
I don't think there's a white guy.
I don't think there is.
So Dan, that's definitely.
I thought there's a white guy right there. That one guy, the little guy in the back.
Stop. Just stop.
Okay.
Steph Curry?
Stop interrupting the show for being wrong. If you're right, we sit here and acknowledge, but you're wrong. There's no white guys. There might not even be a white guy on the team.
I don't think there is.
JT for a big 3 won't go. Shayok the offensive rebound. He'll float it up and knock it down. It's a 2-point game.
So there's 26 seconds up. We're down. I'm sorry, we're up by 2. We take the ball. They edit it. We take the ball.
3 won't go.
The guy that just shot it, he's the only one in the NBA G League. Yeah. He's on the main Celtics.
All right, so we went down obviously, and we went down obviously. They didn't. I don't know why they didn't show it, but we went down and bricked it. We didn't score, or the ball got stolen. Now South Sudan has a chance to either tie it or in a 3-pointer go ahead with 24 seconds left. That's how much on the ropes our USA team is. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, Seth, there comes a point where guy drains a 3 with the buzzer. We're done. I mean, we're done.
3 for the lead. Who wants to be a hero? It's Thor for the lead.
Yeah, so hold on. Hold on. Now there's 1 possession left. There's 20 seconds. South Sudan 100, USA, all that in a bag of chips, best team in the history of the free living world, 99.
Man, can you imagine how great they'd be in South Sudan if they beat the USA?
Oh my God!
Shoot the bow and arrows in the air all day.
So I mean, it takes a miracle for us to get that last second, 20-second buzzer beater, but we do. But there was a time where there was 20 seconds left, and America was losing by 1.
The hammer 3 and a challenge 2. with LeBron closing in. Thor will.
All right, so here it is. This is it. Is that LeBron?
Oh yeah.
Cole all over Steph. LeBron drives for the lead.
So it's got to be. It's like almost Michael when he won games. Was it against Cleveland or whatever? When he
everybody.
Yeah,
What,
true.
the shot?
Yeah, the shot.
Cleveland and then Utah.
Yeah, the shot. Like. I mean, but you know, if you look at if you look at this and you think, okay, it's LeBron, of course. But I mean, if you look at the eras, like if it was during the Larry Bird era, Magic Johnson era, then you know at that point one of those two guys are getting the ball. Period. That's it. That, I mean, in the 92 team, I mean, not even necessarily because Larry was done in the 92 team. His back was blowed out. It was a charity deal to put it. That was his last year that he played. I think though in his last year, I think he still averaged like 22 or something like that.
Yeah, he was still popping them.
But like this is Jordan right here.
Right.
Like this is Jordan. If Jordan was in the Olympics, and Jordan's gonna walk the ball up, and Jordan's taking the shot.
Didn't Kobe do stuff like this too?
Kobe was on that deal, and so as mad as everybody is that of course it had to be LeBron. It's got to be
right.
It's just got to be.
Steph. LeBron drives for the lead. He puts it in.
And the only other guy I can think of where it had to be would be Steph. But here's the deal: LeBron's got the size and the skills to do a layup, which is about 99%. For an NBA caliber quality player, I would say a layup is 99%.
At least 98, yeah.
I mean, they don't miss that. But a 3-pointer, a 3-pointer by even Steph is only a 40% chance shot.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody in the league. Is there, Seth? Is there anybody that shoots 50%? From 3, I don't think so.
No, about like 40s. In the 40s is really good.
Yeah, 40s are a real. Larry, I think, shot in the 30s. This is how we had to beat South Sudan. This is how we relied on.
They don't have indoor basketball courts in South Sudan.
They don't,
and they're just said that they were a bunch of refugees who just got together. But they said that them even being in this game and putting South Sudan on the map is all those guys wanted. Like they might as well have won because I think they're going to go back and be rock stars.
Absolutely, but not only that, but it might make
maybe Nike throw South Sudan 100,000 or something.
Yeah, but not only that. Well, at least give them free shoes.
Something.
South Sudan's going to get some Nike gear next year. But here's the deal, or for the
South Sudan
for the Olympics,
17th in the.
So hold on,
something good for trekking through the desert.
Maybe it also shows the NBA scouts. Hey, there's a little hot spot of talent here. We might want to start. I guess nobody was really scouting South Sudan, right?
It looks like most of those guys play in Australia.
Right.
Yeah. All over Steph. LeBron drives for the lead.
Let me look at number 9. Is that the guy they're talking about going into the league?
Yeah, I
number
think so.
9.
Yeah, I think he's the guy that's 7-1.
Yeah, hold on. This guy right there. Look, who almost gets it.
Drives for the lead. He puts it in.
Now they do get one more shot. Does it get close?
Seconds remaining.
Carve out space. The strength to get by. That is extraordinary.
That's LeBron. He's one of the greatest. He really is. He really is. He's not better than Michael. He's not. But God dang it, he's probably second behind him. Is there anybody that knows sports? What do you think about that statement? I don't know that anybody will ever.
Some people think Kobe's number 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Jordan's number 1. That's all that matters.
Jordan's number 1. Yeah.
Yeah. Period.
Yeah. MJ number 1. Sorry, I was up.
Man, he sounds like God, does he not?
Yeah.
I think the rib is that they're buying Rhett the greatest mic processors. Our best equipment's on Rhett's mic.
And then next is Nachos.
They both sound so good, man. We sound like we're talking out of a tin can. They sound like God over there. Sons of bitches.
Big thing now is dribble drive at the other end.
Talk about a push off.
Yeah.
Watch his push off.
Now his dribble drive at the other end.
Push.
How are you going to defend, particularly Jones with the dribble?
1 second earlier, he's got a block.
6 seconds left. Carly Jones on the drive for the lead. The dunk try by Gabriel. A second attempt.
Man,
They should have had it.
I mean, really, honestly,
They should have had it.
South Sudan should have won that ball game.
Yep.
I didn't know it was that close at the
They blew
end.
it.
Yeah.
They had 8 seconds.
Wow.
3 shots. They were hitting the bottom of the basket.
One guy almost had a
I thought.
dunk.
I know.
Let me go into words, so I'm not too late. Our Twitter is just chocked full of great stuff. Rhett and Gary Cantrell went to the. Did Gary go? Did he end up going to the fight with you, or do you have to go back?
No, he was there.
Okay, perfect.
He left Sunday morning.
Gary Cantrell came down, kind of embedded himself in. He does a lot of. We got Gary on part-time work, Lummy. He's doing like some video gimmicks for us. He's been doing it for quite a while. He really helps Rhett out tremendously. Rhett, I mean, he if you didn't have your Gary Cantrell, I'd probably really suck, wouldn't it?
He makes my job way easier.
Probably makes you look better than you really are. Hey, Rhett, I was just kind of joking on that, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. now he's mad at me. Okay, we can't rib you, brother. Come on now. So anyway, Rhett and Gary Cantrell went to the news conferences and the weigh-ins, and we have Matt Riddle in here. Jake Paul initially said that Matt Riddle, what would you think about fighting in Matt Riddle? And he goes, sounds like somebody that needs a payday. And then Matt Riddle, he's so cool, man. He's like, hey, he was like, dude, I'll fight him free, man. Does he not have like the coolest vibe? You know what he reminds me of? A muscled version of Spicoli.
Yeah.
From Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yeah, that would kick your ass.
Yeah, but then like if Spicoli, like he didn't want no fights or nothing, but imagine if Spicoli would have been the baddest dude in the entire high school, like, state champion wrestler and stuff, but he was a stoner burnout, right? Like, hey dude, let's go ahead and wrestle now. This is gonna go ahead and beat you, dude. So anyway, like Matt Riddle's the best. What a pimp. And so we asked Jake Paul. Now, meanwhile, Matt Riddle and Jake Paul have spoke and have talked and have been in the same room together and have been at the same event together. And I don't know that they've trained, but I mean they know
each other.
Jake Paul knows Matt Riddle for sure.
Yeah.
We had Matt on the show on Friday after the boys had been to the weigh-in. I'll play that. There's so many great things on our Twitter from the Jake Paul fight on Saturday, which, by the way, why the hell? These boxing commissions and UFC, they need to be like, man, when you're starting your main event at midnight on the East Coast, when you're like that's what they've gotten into now.
God forbid the West Coast gets a late night show.
Yeah. God forbid. It's all for the West Coast, because if it's midnight here, it's 9 there, more prime time than for us. Jesus. Even having it on at 11 makes a huge difference. God, I can't take these midnight stuffs. I was just trying to stay awake for the Jake Paul fight. I was watching it, just trying to stay awake. Trying. I wake up like literally with them raising Jake Paul's hand, and I'm like, man, was it close? You're like, what? How to go? I didn't see 1 second of it. But from what Rhett says, is it was pretty uneventful. They both kind of looked sluggish.
He's a lot bigger too.
Who is?
Jake Paul looked a lot bigger.
Yeah, he's on that juice, man. I think that's why he likes fighting in Florida so much. The testing commission's a little different down here.
You know what? You're probably right. You probably sniffed that one right on out. Jake Paul's like, I'm going to have all my fights in Miami or Tampa. Maybe we'll throw Orlando a bone, because man, they don't got doping deals. I can be on the DECA. I can be on the Winstrel. I can be on the Grizzo, the test. Whereas other boxing commissions, don't they have a very stringent test? Like looking for steroids and cocaine and all kinds of different things.
Every state's a little different, but most states are very, very, very scrutinizing for steroids and illicit drugs.
I mean, you've been part of the boxing commission. Mm-hmm. You've participated in that world, so to speak. You and your family sponsored a few different fighters over the years, and so you would have to be familiar with the testing procedures and
of that
making
state,
sure
right?
making sure that everything that your boxer or fighter takes, that you know what he's taking. And that's where your family went to.
definitely,
Like,
supplements.
every supplement.
Yeah.
Like even if the guy was just taking what he thought was something that he bought at
GNC.
yeah, like it could have a trace of something that's banned that will get Dan really, you really got to know exactly, other than food, what other even if it's just a multivitamin, one per day, which these guys are certainly more than that. You got to know.
Yes.
And look in Florida, and Rhett, you're saying Florida's kind of lax on that deal?
Yeah, I think certain things they aren't as stingent on.
Right. So when you were promoted, you definitely shop venues based on what the rules are. And so if it's more, advantageous or conducive to your boxer's lifestyle, then, God bless Florida.
Matt Riddle several times, who says that in his opinion, you're ducking him. How do you respond to that?
Perfect question, wasn't it, Matt?
Perfect. It was a great question.
Oh, by the way, do you know your brother? I don't.
He didn't want that out either. Once he did it, he was like, "Oh, let's not tell Dan that."
Yeah, after he listen to this, Dan. There's something that your brother did. After we closed the mics and we were done, and I took a picture with Matt. Jay took a picture with Matt. Matt's a star, man. We went out. Of course, you want to get a picture with him. But your brother did something that he doesn't want you to know. And I don't know. There's a fine line, Lummy, of it being. There's a fine line of it being kind of pimp.
Yeah, kind of hypocritical too.
Kind of. Hold on. What now?
He's kind of hypocritical though too.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't want to give it out, but
it'd be something he would crush Dan for.
Yep.
Oh yeah. You know what? You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. This is something if Dan had did. Jay would be up your ass.
A lot of text messages.
Really make come on, Dan, really? Like Dan, you would catch, so that might even get your attention up even more, Dan, because had you done this, he would be wearing your ass out. He'd get Steven involved, and it would be a big Dan. Dan made another Dan, when you mess up majorly, how those things go.
Right.
Jay gets involved, and Steve gets involved. You got to listen to him bitch at you, and you guys have a little meeting in the carriage house, and you have to tell them to all F off. They don't even know what they're talking about. And then sometimes they really do know what they're talking about. You say you're sorry, and
Right. It's a varying dynamic. But
anytime you do something wrong, for some reason, it's always more intensified because it's you.
Right. They love to pile on.
They do. They do. I think.
And sometimes they are a little bit disingenuous about it.
And I think they're and I think deep down it's because they know that you got that little extra sling and D on them that they ain't got. You know what I'm saying? Jay.
They got more zeros.
Well, yeah, but Jay is a far better lawyer than you.
Right.
But he's not a doctor, bitch. About to get yours.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So yep. Jay, I wouldn't even think about. I would be considered an intern with regards to your law, ability. But bitch, you ain't a doctor, right?
Absolutely. But I'm dying to know what do you do?
I can't give it away this soon.
Do you have a guess? Do you have a guess at least?
No. Okay, hold on. Let me just play the rest of this video. Okay, play the rest of this video.
I don't know who that is.
I feel like people do this when they're slightly insecure, or when they also know what the outcome's most likely.
Right, they play the I don't know card when they know that you would kill them. Listen. People have to understand how badass. We're not just a bunch of Matt Riddle marks, and that he's not really that. We're just making him be badass. This dude was really until Dana got mad at him, was an up-and-coming star. Rhett, you can correct me or not, but I think up until him getting himself in trouble and doing stupid Bubba Clem type stuff and getting himself thrown out of the UFC, he was very much an up-and-contender.
Yeah, I think he was 8-3.
Yeah, like he was, he was going to be a force to be reckoned with, a moneymaker, a stud.
Oh, in WWE?
No,
in UFC.
WWE's fake.
No, I know, but he was up and coming there too. And
No. So then he goes to WWE, and it's fake. It's not how tough you really are. I mean, right? I mean,
I was just saying the money making aspect of it.
Yeah. So he goes and kills it over there, but his main fault was, and he was over. They were grooming him to be a huge star. They really were. I mean, they were grooming him to be a star. And the worst luck ever. Dana White's UFC company, global company, buys the WWE global company. They throw out Vince McMahon. They retain, Hunter and Shawn Mike, they retain all the other dudes as far as management. I think they get rid of that Johnny Laurinaitis Lummy because he got into a little bit of that. He was involved in that. I think he was. I think he was. There's reports that he was involved in that. Vince McMahon,
sex trafficking.
Sex, I'm going to say sex. Allegations.
Yeah.
Because when you've been part of that world, you kind of like to want to give the person a break. Maybe we don't know the entire story.
Wait, you've been? Are you saying you've been part of that world?
You don't think I've been part of a sex allegation gimmick?
Well, they sex trafficked her. They urinated on her.
That or a sex tape.
Allegedly,
you know what?
allegedly.
Hold on. That and a sex tape gets you canceled. They don't care that I didn't traffic people and these were 3 consenting adults. Nobody cares about that. They just think I'm a scumbag because I taped it and I did my best friend dirty. That's it. That's all people really think. So, Matt Riddle's got this hell of a run going on in WWE. All of a sudden, Dana White's parent company buys the WWE and decides to make some roster cuts. And boom, Matt's a casualty of that. Not because he wasn't over, not because of nothing, just because I think that on his way out of UFC, he kind of mother effed Dana White.
Yes, he did.
And he has mothered effed Dana White quite a lot
since then.
And so, Dana White, I think at this point is the president of this entire global deal, which includes WWE and UFC.
I think it's Endeavor Group who owns it outright. I don't think Dana has a board position, does he?
No, but his job might be, president of all content. Or, I'm just saying, I'm sure that he's positioned himself.
Yeah, he's still running the UFC.
Right, he's right. Yeah. But he also might be overseeing, the WWE.
No, he's not.
No.
They're not?
No, he owns Power Slap.
All right, but hold on.
That's kind of his deal.
Right.
But he's not like a board member of TKO or Endeavor.
But you don't think that he, in his position, went to Triple H or whoever, after they get rid of Vince, after they get rid of Laurinaitis, they reshuffle the power structure.
Well, Rock comes in.
Rock comes in, and Triple H. It's pretty much Rock and Triple H, I think, isn't it? That are kind of running it. You guys would know more than me, but isn't it like
I know
the Rock's the main bookers?
I know the Rock's on the board.
Are you asking for WWE?
Yeah, for WWE, who's the new Vince McMahon?
Triple H is the head of creative.
There you go. So you don't think that Dana can call Triple H, who I have probably know each other real well, or if not, have a lot of respect for each other, and say, "Hey, dude, you got this guy, this Matt Riddle dude, and he really rubbed me the wrong way," and
I think Riddle had a lot of drama going on at the time, Bubba.
He did.
I think there was.
There was outside the ring stuff. There
was some kind of sexual allegation from some rat that made some allegations,
right?
Back then, and I just think that they got rid of him. But I will tell you this right now: one of the reasons they got rid of him was because shoot style, like walking around backstage. We're not doing a wrestling match, and getting, throwing fake punches and going off the third. Like you and I in a street fight, there wasn't anybody at the WWE that could beat him up, including but not limited to Brock Lesnar. Like,
really?
Yes, like Riddle would have a chance to beat Brock Lesnar.
I sent you his best knockout when he was at the UFC. It's real quick because he knocked the guy out in 8 seconds in the round. And broke his jaw in 2 places.
So that is, one of the reasons why he got thrown.
That was your round, man. You need one more. Let's do that again. Let's do that same thing, dude.
Which one's Riddle?
The one in the black shorts.
Right here?
The black shorts.
The Ultimate Fighter.
Is that him?
Black shorts.
Black shorts. Black shorts. Okay.
Hands up. Hands up. Ready? Yeah!
And he gave him a couple,
Yeah.
Need one more. Let's do that again. Let's do that same thing, dude. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up.
He gave him about 3 that'll learn you. Would he not?
Woof.
So anyway, Matt Riddle on the show, good friend of the show. He's doing well with independence, and Jake Paul would get his absolute ass kicked if he fought. Now, boxing, which that's all Jake Paul does. Jake never goes MMA, does he?
No.
So I don't know about Riddle. Like, I think Riddle would beat him boxing. I'm thinking.
Give him a couple of months.
We've seen each other in person.
Like, it's hard to forget this guy and not know who he is. You know what I mean? It's like the name and the persona. It's like, of course you know who he is.
Sounds like somebody wants a payday.
Let's just put it this way. I'm confident enough in beating Jake Paul in a fight, regardless if it's boxing, kickboxing, or mixed martial arts, that I would forfeit all my money because I know just knocking him out or beating him up is worth more than any amount of money I could get.
I mean, the marketing. And how does Jake Paul not take that, man? Fight, and you don't. And the guy that you're fighting, that you're gonna would have to maybe pay $1 million to $5 million for. Is doing it for free. But I guess $5 million in his world, a $5 million savings in his world is dick, right? Like, who cares? Again, you being the guy, the brand staying undefeated is worth more than $5 million.
Yes,
that really finally showed this guy the business. So anyway,
he does have one loss, Bubba.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he lost to Tyson Fury's brother,
Tommy Fury.
He's a boxer.
A lot of people would say the only real boxer he's fought.
Oh, you're talking about Jake Paul.
I'll be the second ringer of the day.
Hold on here. Yeah, I got to go to words. Isn't that Donald Trump's granddaughter?
Yes.
Yeah.
The 17-year-old?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, she's a good golfer, Seth.
We're not going by anything other than she's a good golfer.
But this says...
But I will tell you this,
This says, I can't wait till next year on the tweet.
Yeah, and next year she's going to be in the Live, like you said.
Right, next year she'll be in a better tournament.
Will she be 18 next year? Are we doing a countdown on Trump's niece?
I didn't even know about that.
Her granddaughter?
It wasn't my mindset at all.
Seth, what are you thinking about?
I definitely know this is a Bubba tweet because there's spaces in between the exclamation points.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like Lummy's talking to Dan in the bathroom again. What's up, Neil?
Tom Green or David?
Right for 4, baby. Right for 4.
Oh, Belinda, that's awesome. I saw they actually put that on their Instagram story. But I haven't talked to anybody about it.
Man, Buzz, man.
I did not know that you were coming from Gainesville at all. Thanks for doing that.
Cater tacos and one group loops. Next lives in storage shed.
You got it, JC.
Yes,
Got another Ladies of the BRN coming up.
Friday, right?
Yeah.
I mean, tape it Friday.
Yeah. I'll probably put it out around then.
You think you can get it out within?
It just depends how much editing it needs. I just need to, I need to make sure it, pads my July numbers.
Yeah, I saw that F1 race. It was interesting at the end. It's frustrating watching Freud just kind of sell it to, honorable mention. I'll get it off the floor. Oh, you just eat off the floor?
Is that a nice buzzer, Bob?
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Way hot. Sorry. Lummy, man, a dismal day today. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, the Bubba Army. I know we have a couple.
Uncle Eric on the Cash App 50.
Thank you, Uncle Eric. There you go, bud.
Chub Up Spice, $10, and T-shirt Will, $25.
Supers?
Super chat. Thank you.
I haven't gotten anything on my little PayPal. I'm the guy that runs the PayPal deal. Nothing. I had Jeff Yoakum, though, on in the weekend. Jeff Yoakum, just a dude named Jeff. Excuse me, Jeff. Too much watermelon. Jeff Yoakum, $50 on the Saturday. I said, happy Saturday, buddy. Can't wait till Monday's show.
Oh,
that's nice.
Well, here we are.
Yeah, here we are. We're going to talk about the Joe Biden deal. But we got some stuff to handle prior to that. Some not political stuff. So hopefully people let me be like, they were kind of funny. Talked about some stuff. Talked about some sports. Talked about Trump's granddaughter going to be, next year she's going to turn 18.
Play in the Live tournament.
Yeah. Woohoo. I got to tell you, just gonna say this as a man, but I'm not trying to be creepy or nothing. But I will tell you that she was an attractive, when she spoke at the RNC, you can tell she's an attractive girl. Like, she's attractive. I mean, is that okay for me to say? Or do I look creepy?
That's okay to say.
Yeah, I mean,
You say it, Lummy?
Yeah, she was very cute.
I mean, she's you can tell she's
attractive.
You can tell she's going to be an attractive woman.
Yes.
You can tell, she didn't walk out there looking like Amy Carter, or some of the other kids or grandchildren or
Chelsea Clinton.
God, I mean, radio hosts weren't saying, well, that Chelsea's going to grow up to be cute. No, it'd be like,
Nope.
Oh my God, buck teeth, freckles, red hair.
Yeah.
Same thing with Amy Carter. So, it's not being creepy to say that Trump's 17-year-old granddaughter, who spoke publicly to at the RNC, the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, and then she has a public Instagram that has a few million followers, and she actually is a scratch golfer.
Which is amazing.
She's a scratch golfer.
She's got a really good shot.
And it's Lummy, I don't think it's creepy to say, I appreciate that she's cute, and I think she's going to be a hell of a golfer.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's it. You don't hear me saying anything else that's out of bounds or creepy. We have some footage on her momentarily. Stand by.
May 12th.
So Dan, oh, is that her birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, of next year?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
All right. 10 months and counting.
And then, I mean, seriously, at that time, when she turns 18,
right?
I mean, I think you could probably say some stuff that you can't say right now.
Well, I mean, you could say
You could say, wow, I'd like to, bam, bam. Man, I'd love for her to, whatever. You can say all that. It's like we can
But not
say that.
now.
No, don't say.
Now we're just saying,
you don't
keep
hear
playing
me.
golf, kid. Don't
Yeah.
do anything else.
I'm
Just
saying,
keep hitting those balls.
Keep playing golf and being a good granddaughter
Yes.
for Donald J. Trump. Because
Yes.
I'll tell you one thing, in your granddaughter type duties, even though you are cute and hot, you did a great job on really kind of humanizing your grandpa and how Donald J. Trump isn't this narcissistic tyrant that everybody thinks, that he's actually just a regular grandpa.
Yep.
Like your job was that. We can't help it that you're attractive, but you delivered and you did what you were supposed to do. Great job.
Yes, good
and
job.
May 23rd. Woo!
May 13th. Spit on that thing.
Okay, let's see. Dan, shut up. Spit. We didn't need to spit on that thing.
Gotta wait.
Gotta clean the golf balls off.
Jesus, he has more tookies than Brian. I just don't have the energy to hit it. So Dan, here's the and I think Seth can kind of jump in and give me his opinion, and if he thought it was a little I think everybody that witnessed it in the studio can kind of give their take of it to you, and then you can give me your opinion of it. So we had Matt Riddle in here on Friday, and Jay comes in about 8:30 or so, and sits in on the last 60 to 90 minutes of the show, and then Dan kind of had this is on Monday, Tuesdays, and Fridays, and then Dan, sometimes Jay's got some legal stuff, or he's hanging 10 with Kelly Slater or something like that, where Dan always makes it, and Jay's hit or miss because he's got just a different schedule than Dan, and we're like, hey, cool, I mean, whatever. Come and go as you please, my friend. We know that you take a lot of vacation, and you like to, and you're rich, and you got race cars, and you got a house in Costa Rica, and how many surfboards do you think Jay has? 10.
He's got probably a fair amount.
You know what's great for breakfast?
What?
I also recommend trying out the Despicable Me 4 theme. It features the sights and sounds
Hey,
from
Alexa,
Despicable...
shut up. I don't know why Jay Diaco surfboard triggered you, but shut up. He's got 10 at least.
Probably, but he uses them all. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't have this giant surfboard collection of just random boards. Some people
but
do.
surfboards take up a lot of space. Where does he?
Well, he has some in Costa Rica. He's got some in Jersey. He's got some here.
Oh, okay.
And he has probably a couple boards, strategically located. He's got some at Stevens condo, I think.
Okay.
But
so that way he never has to try.
That
means he never has to bring a board because he's got a board.
He usually has boards strategically placed almost everywhere. Very rarely does he have to travel with one. Yes.
So anyway, Jay was in here on Friday, like he mostly is, and we got done doing the interview. And you know how Jay likes to chit chat. He's obviously knows who Matt Riddle is and respects him.
He likes him.
Yeah, sure.
He likes him.
Knows his work. He's Matt Riddle's an overall likable dude. So one of the last breaks was I was proclaiming, man, you wouldn't believe Matt Riddle's core. My God, I one time had him in the gym one time, true story, and he told me to hit him as hard as I could in the stomach, and he said hit hard, and I didn't hit him as hard as because I didn't want to hurt him, and not that I'm strong, but I felt as if hitting a guy in the stomach as hard as I possibly can could be,
You don't want to do a Houdini.
Yeah, and so I throw like a half to 3/4 willy, and he's like, "Oh, dude, man, I don't even really no, seriously, dude, throw it, man. I didn't even hardly feel that one." I'm like, "Okay, dude." So I threw it, with my good hand. My left hand's horrible, but my right hand's got a little power, little T-Rex power. I put a good one in, like with a 12-ounce glove, and it's like, whatever, dude. So I tell that story, okay, Jay? I mean, Dan, I tell that story about how, man, until you grab a hold of Matt Riddle, you don't realize how he's like shark cartilage. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like he's just
you can make a baseball glove out of him.
Yeah, like literally, you grabbing a hold of him is like grabbing a hold of shark cartilage. It's just like
firm.
Yeah. So God bless his little soul. And you know what? This is borderline. Now, Dan, you must take in mind that he did pretty well. Matt Riddle put him over. I don't know if it was for niceness or for that he really meant it.
I think it was for his age, because he was saying about his age.
So we talk about Matt Riddle's core, and when the mics we're done, we're off the air, mic's clear, we're private, and Jay lifts his shirt up and says, "Hey Matt Riddle, look, for an old timer, look at my core." Like, Lummy, you were a little bit closer to them in the. I was up here wrapping stuff up. What was the actual verbiage?
What's Jay? 53, 54?
Yeah,
54.
54. I think you said, "What do you think about these for 54?"
And Matt Riddle goes like, "Hey
Popped
dude,
it up.
Hey dude, those are good.
He said, I hope I look like that when I'm 54.
Yeah, that's what he said. Dan, in your making your decision as to whether this is douchebaggy or whether this is pimpy, Matt Riddle's response was, "Hey dude, I hope I look like that when I'm 54." So that's the whole body of work. Well, we then we got to tell Dan that Jay lifted his shirt up. And so Dan, had you done that, Jay would be all over you. Be like, Dan, really?
Well, I have a sort of a different level of decorum when I'm with star athletes, because I've been around star athletes more than him.
Dan,
so I don't show my ass in front of star athletes.
Hold on, so you're already coming out hard, aren't you? So you're saying
he's been waiting for this for a long time.
You're saying I don't mark out like you, right?
Yeah, I've been around these premier athletes my whole life.
Act like
and
you've
my
been
career.
there before.
Exactly.
So you're starting with that, and then
I know Dan would have let me snap a pic though.
Yeah, Jay wouldn't let us snap.
It was abs.
No, so Seth was like, "Hey, Jay, let me get a pic of that. You and Matt Riddle lifting up your abs, because I mean."
That's a great shot.
No,
that's a great shot.
That really moves the needle on your Instagram, doesn't it?
Well, I was just trying to move my PP needle. I wasn't worried about anybody else.
Let's not worry about. Let's keep it business, okay, sicko?
Okay. Well, sometimes the pleasures are perks.
So okay. Not only would it have done your PP good, but it would have done our Instagram well too.
Yes, sir. Yes.
It would have been great for both, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And Jay says no.
Keith from Ohio, $200 on the PayPal.
Oh my God! Thank you. Did I miss that?
I just got it.
Oh, okay. It's good to know that if I miss a PayPal, Lummy, you're there for me.
Oh, good.
Jay, in fact, didn't even want this info out there.
He didn't.
So did you see it happen, Lummy?
Oh, I saw it happen.
I saw it happen. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Bubba saw it happen. I mean,
here's the thing: we're like a bunch of fraternity brothers. When we see, or like even real brothers, like when we see something that one of our brothers might be making an ass out of himself, and he asks us to keep it quiet, what are we gonna do? We're gonna go out and rib him. We're gonna do ribs.
It's just good to see now what women are thinking when they flash rock stars at concerts. Like whatever just went through Jay's body at that time.
You just turned him into a rock star groupie.
Flashing his boobs.
I got to show Riddle my abs. That's how women are. They're like, oh my God.
You got that's a consideration to take.
I mean, Riddle did put him over.
But Riddle did.
But what are you supposed to do when a guy's showing you his abs? And what are you gonna go? Oh, dude, you're disgusting.
Yeah,
Put that away.
Someone shows you the new car. That's a nice car.
No, but hold on.
Cute baby.
Let's say that Let's say that Taylor Swift's out there singing, right?
Right.
And what's Taylor?
Nice butt.
Hold on. What's Taylor Swift? 27?
34.
34. Okay.
Right.
So she's out singing 34, and some nubile, hot 22-year-old University of Alabama lummy is sitting on her boyfriend's shoulders,
nubile,
right up there next to the stage, and she shows Taylor Swift her knockers, and Taylor Swift goes, "Oh my God, I hope," or no, I'm sorry, some old granny is sitting on the shoulders of
someone's mom,
of Buzzard Bob, some old baby boomer, and there's like let's say a 45 or 50-year-old MILF cougar that's watching the Taylor Swift concert. She flashes Taylor, and Taylor's response is, "Man, I hope my boobs look that good when I'm 50." I mean, is that not putting the girl's boobs way over?
It is, absolutely.
Well, that's what kind of happened here.
Right.
Matt Riddle did say, this isn't a douchey.
You have good-looking abs for a 54-year-old.
Well,
it's kind of a qualified compliment.
It is.
It's like you look good for 54.
But
that's like saying you're pretty fast for a guy that's
So I don't know what your official ruling is on it, but that's what happened. And so, what's your initial thought? We all thought, wow, That might have been a little too much.
Yeah, he's the happy hypocrite.
And then we went, and then we're like, man, if Dan had done this, Jay and Steve would be all over his ass. So in full disclosure, to protect our own, we must let Dan know about this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and since Jay was profusely like, please, guys, don't tell anybody about this, especially Dan. Like, can we keep this private? I should have probably. And even Jay realized, Lummy, I think afterwards that he shouldn't have done it.
I think after like 1 minute, I think when Seth wanted to take a picture.
Yeah,
Jay is in chat. He goes, that's not what he said. He said, I hope I look like you at 54. He didn't say you look good for 54.
Okay, I mean, that does change the thing a little bit.
Same way of saying the same thing.
He's defending himself, you know? I have to be a man of the
Jay,
people.
You'll be here in an hour, and you can defend yourself. And I didn't have any I thought it was kind of cute. I just wish we could have documented it because, like, I mean, you want to be a pimp and throw it out there, but you can't be both. You can't be a pimp and be private. Right?
Well, he
Dan?
did it. He did it off the air.
But I'm just saying, like, if you're going to do it, if you're in a studio that creates content and you offer up some unbelievable content like this, I mean, Lummy, what would a Jay Diaco versus Matt Riddle, ab off on Twitter be? I mean, my Lord, that's 5,000-6,000 views.
I mean, that's at least 10.
Yeah,
it probably equates to at least $2.50.
I mean,
right in our pockets.
Jay's got a new girl that's doing his social. Let me send that piece of video over to her, man. She'll shine that right up and say, head of the firm is as good as as a professional athlete.
No, you don't want that. You can't do that, Bubba, because then next case he's in, then all of a sudden, like, the prosecutor goes, here's some evidence that I have, and he opens up a projection screen and
like,
it's Jay shirtless.
What? I'm glad that this client is represented by one Joseph Diaco. That's right. He's recognized as pretty much a great lawyer here in town. He really is. He's really one of the he's one of the royalties, if you will. But did you know Jay liked to show his abs on social media with a guy that has his own pot company? Right, Dan?
You get clowned.
Yeah. So
a guy that has a checkered past?
Don't worry about just all the great things he's done and how good of a dad and how good of a father and all that kind of deal is. No. He took a picture with his. That's how much of a cancellation society we live in. That poor Jay can't even take a picture with his shirt off in front of with another dude who's famous. Like, isn't it such a sick society that can actually? Jay's right. He doesn't want that picture out. That picture never got taken. But that's how sad it is. That's
why we hope Dan's never on trial, because there's too many shirtless photos of him out there.
Exactly.
We got the one from Miami.
That's why Dan can never be lead counsel. He has to be pro hot VJ or something like that.
That's if you're from like another state, but it would be just like assistant,
co-counsel.
Yeah, I sent you the picture of
Second
him.
chair, say it, lover. Second chair.
And
you're not because there's just too much.
Dan's got a calendar's worth,
Oh yeah,
high quality.
I mean. Hold on, can you imagine?
We actually should do the Diaco calendar, and it's just all Dan.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm really glad that the Diaco and Diaco want to come up here and say great things or bad things about my client. My client did this, my client did this, my client has a checkered past. But ladies and gentlemen, this is co-counsel here, Dr. Dan Diaco. You can see he's sitting in second chair to his brother. And this is how he rolls around the gram. Now, is that appropriate for a man to be doing that? I mean, they would instantaneously, Dan, clown you for this and try to
a guy without a shirt on May in Florida.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
completely outrageous. Oh my God.
No, hold on.
He had no shirt on.
Hold on. This is where they're missing it.
Good see his.
Do you know how many cougars and MILF are on that jury? We go to lunch. We're like, did you see that guy?
He looks better than Matt Riddle.
Oh my Lord. I had no idea behind that $4,000 suit was that Jim. Oh my God. I got a whole new respect for that dude.
Wow.
I'm gonna rub myself to this picture tonight when my husband goes to bed. Oh my God!
Well, especially if there's sequestered.
Can I get the bailiff to blow that up for me? Hey, Rusty the bailiff, can you get that? We the jury, us two women here, we like to have that blown up, please. Maybe size of wallpaper for our personal screens, for our computer screens. Yeah, Dan, there's a lot of pictures of you, being shirtless and pimp.
Yeah, never met a shirt I really liked.
So what is the official ruling on Jay? I call it a push. I call it a push. Because it didn't get recorded, it didn't get documented. He said it. Matt Riddle put him over, And Jay made sure nobody had their like it was a very fleeting type deal. Nobody had time to get their cameras out and do it. So Jay perfectly did it.
I'm not gonna lie,
Jay
Jay
can't come back and bite him in the ass. What's that now?
Jay did a Mike Calta on me.
What do you mean?
He slapped me around and stole my phone.
He did he? Oh, you had the picture and he deleted it?
No.
He double deleted it?
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
It was traumatic for me. I was trying to help it make you go viral too. Over at the iHeart building. Sharing it with all the fucking people over there.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was,
Hey,
motherfucker.
but were they looking at it?
Yeah, I ran in and showed Tommy Chuck. And then I started talking to the other people that used to work with him, and they were so happy. They thought that I was going to take him down.
Nope.
Oh, man.
He can do anything he wants at this town.
Oh, man.
He is untouchable.
He showed his abs to Matt Riddle.
Hey, Dan, I hope Jay's not really mad. Like, we're just fucking around.
He's not mad.
Like,
It'll be okay.
I mean, like, I hope. Can you text him or something?
He's in chat. He's fine.
On the ship, 43 months.
Right. In all actuality, he popped it, and I mean, Jay's got good fucking abs. I mean, you know, if Jay popped his shit and it was marginal, you know, kind of soft, but Jay's got a hell of a core.
No, he's in shape. He's in good shape.
Thin.
He's in good shape right now, too, because he's been surfing so much.
So keep it up. Stuff and go, Steve.
Dan, is it good if you have a really strong stream when you're peeing?
Yes, that means you got a really healthy prostate.
All right, good.
You like peel the porcelain off the.
Hey, Dan, I just had my full labs done. I'll let you take a look at them. Guess what my PSA is?
Hope it's low.
0.4. 0.25.
That's good.
Now, what does PSA measure?
Prostatic specific antigen. So it's prostate health. It's big. You gotta worry about prostate cancer.
I know. So, but that's a marker to show you the healthiness.
You probably do not have prostate cancer.
No, I'm saying
Yes,
that's
yes.
like so. It's if you're high, if you're 5.0 and above, that's when they
Right.
so it's
You
zero
don't have
to
prostate cancer.
it's 0 to 0.49. So like, are there some people that have like 2s and 3s?
Yep.
But they don't got prostate cancer though, right?
They could. So biopsy. As soon as that number starts creeping up, you start doing biopsies.
At what number do what number do people start getting a little concerned?
Anything over 2, but also anything over abnormal. You know, even half or 1.
No, but what
if
I'm
you
saying
had
is
like low, and then a change.
Abnormal's got such a big range, 0 to 5.
Well, you look at trends. You look at your old one. There's a big jump.
Oh, okay. My old one was 0.25.
Right, so if you went from 0.25 to 1.25 in 6 months or in a year, then you got a fucking problem.
So that's why I get my blood work every 3 months, so they can track shit like that?
Right, exactly. Look at the trends. If it starts creeping up, it's like, wait a second. There's got to be a reason for this.
Okay. All right.
Got to do another digital self-exam.
No, but if you caught... Okay, but hold on. Let's say that you caught it... You were on it that early where, when you went from a 0.75 to a 1.75...
Then your penis is still going to work.
That's catching it as about as early as you can catch it, isn't it? Is that catching it before it's even turned into anything?
It's catching it before it's turned into anything deadly.
Or anything that they can't fix.
Right.
Now, what would they do to fix that?
A prostatectomy or ablate it.
What's that mean?
Take out part of your prostate.
We gotta say this for the air. Let me remind me. Prostatectomy.
Prostatectomy.
Taking out a man's prostate.
You got Bubba live now. If you go through withdrawals later,
Easy fix.
Get your fix at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the BRN.
So I wasn't prepared to talk about this. By the way, hi, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Monday, July 22. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, or Super Chats on YouTube. Those all help keep the show afloat. Thank you so much. Let me. You know how I said that I was going to do the last Bubba 199 was going to be like September 5 or something like that?
Yes.
I think I'm going to throw one in on August.
Oh, okay.
So I'll get with everybody and see if anybody's got any particular Fridays that don't work for them in August. I'll look at my calendar too. But, maybe because I've kind of, as much as I was kind of getting burned out on them, give me 2 or 3 months away from them, and I think that might make business, maybe I'm thinking like maybe let me either Friday, I think Friday the 9th. I think can everybody start looking at your schedules?
August 9th?
Yes, August 9th. Seth,
I'm free.
Dan, usually you don't do a 199, and sometimes you're a distraction at 199 because the chicks in here, that don't work for the show look at you and
takes his shirt off.
Yeah, like Heather Wiz, I think gets pretty wet when you're here.
Oh my goodness.
I think they all do. I think Big Red's wife. I think Ashley.
I'll have to ask them.
You should ask Phoebes. Hey, if you were around Dan, would you get wet?
Why add to that stress?
So
thanks, Dan.
Everybody, it's basically Macho Man and Rat, Lummy, and me, and then all the boys, Creatine and Big Red, Mushroom Mitch, the regs, Nash,
Pop Cook.
See what Friday the 9th looks like for him, okay, buddy?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Is the day-to-day money slowing down, Bubba? Do we need to turn it up a little bit, or
what? Do you mean?
I'm saying, because we're doing a 199, and I know you wanted to,
Well, here's the deal.
Just do a couple a year.
The money's not slowing down.
Good.
It's just that, we could use a shot of the arm.
Yeah, no, I'm all about it.
And here's the deal. If people have 2 Bubba 199s to hit their, of course, the cutoff date to hitting your amount is is going to be Monday the 6th, or actually Friday the 13th.
Okay.
Friday, September 13th is your last day, because I have to have the names in by the 19th.
If people
costs, and Ashley and the merch crick goes back and forth, make sure people qualify. We might want to start that process, Lummy.
Actually, is
okay.
I got to get with you on a couple things.
All right, cool. What now, Seth?
I was gonna say, if people have sent gifts and stuff over the years, does that count into the bottom line? Or
no,
it doesn't. Okay,
no, just money. Sorry,
okay.
I mean your gifts are gifts. Gift is the gift, and your none of that goes towards your total. No, it's just straight cash. I'm sorry for being gritty.
No. I just wanted to get the rules laid out there.
Then Lummy, have I told you that I was going to be off August 22, 23, and 26?
Yes.
I did?
Yes, you did.
All right, so you're working on shows for that?
Yes, we are.
All right. So I had a discussion with Tom Bean on last week. And Tom is my agent, and, Tom Bean is the one that paid for all the cameras. When I was at my all-time lowest in 2017, and we'd gotten kicked off almost every radio station, and just after the big rating scandal, and I was, and still to this day, like,
Wyatt Harris, $100 super chat.
Thank you, buddy. I'm still pretty much blackballed from radio because of said act, which a lot of people would be surprised if you knew the truth on that. But it's a sealed settlement that I can't speak of. But
we'll know the truth soon, right?
No, not really.
I thought when the
that's the truth about something else.
Oh, okay.
I got several different secrets that need the truth unveiled, my friend. Been on trial 4 times, kid. Please work with me. Lummy, what I'm saying is, we charge, the Bubba Army royalty concept, the ring, the potential Hall of. We got to do the Hall of.
We sure do. No, yes, we got to.
August 15th.
In the next 2 weeks.
I thought I had to have it in by August 15th.
Well, we got to kind of narrow the numbers down for Grouper Lip so he knows how much material to buy.
Right.
So if
now,
you just tell him 10
but you
or
know
something.
what, Seth? Let me ask you a question. I think the Hall of Fame show should be an after show.
Yeah,
not a regular radio show.
Yes, for sure.
So let me.
And you're still not putting Dan in the Hall of Fame this year?
No, you can't put a guy that works here. You know what? Dan has 2 options. Dan, you're very worthy of being in the Hall of Fame. But with that,
I've been fighting on your behalf, Dan.
You're no longer on. You can either be in the Hall of Fame and not be on the air, or you can be on the air and not be in the Hall of Fame. Pick one.
That bust would look nice though,
Dan. Pick it.
No, I'll stay in the air. Yeah.
And who's the idiot that even brought up that workers? No,
because Seth wanted to be in it.
I can sit. Well, I thought I've had a good 6 months and I should be in it, but I thought that Dan and everything that he's done.
It's only for listeners. It's not for people that have. Dan has been.
Caitlin Hatley doesn't listen to this show.
Caitlin Hatley provides a service that I don't know a lot of people would. Her service.
What does Dan do?
Hold on. Caitlin Hatley's service might be even more rare than Dan's service.
Dan saves lives.
Getting a doctor to write us some prescriptions is one thing. Getting somebody to have sex with a full-blown quadriplegic yearly is another.
I got to draw the line there.
Dan had to fight pharmacists to save
and
people's
still does
lives.
To this day to save Bubba Army lives, but nobody else is having sex with Brandon the Quad.
Bubba Army lives matter, okay?
Okay, hey, listen, if any other girl would want to step up, any other Bubba Army or just private citizen, know that, listen, we kick off our annual Bubba Army royalty party with a quadriplegic man, 40-year-old quadriplegic man who never in his regular life, if he wasn't Bubba Army, he didn't know who we were, he didn't follow the show, he wasn't Bubba Army royalty, he was just, he listened to the Phil Henry show or what it did, whatever, wasn't a radio enthusiast, just rolling around Iowa with this little quadriplegic wheelchair. I don't know that he would ever get, I don't know if he'd ever have intercourse.
Well, I just don't think it has to be an either or. I believe that she has provided a great service. I'm not debating that, but I would just like to say Dan has provided services of saving lives and being major sponsors.
Shut up!
All the paid co-hosts should not be on that on the bus.
Dan, can you tell him to stop arguing on your behalf because it's starting to irritate me? Can you tell?
I like when people are.
I'm telling you to tell him to stop. To stop.
Am I making some points?
No, because you're disrupting the show. I got so many other things to talk about than whether Dan is on the goddamn Hall of Fame or not.
Well, I'm trying to hold off on talking about removing your prostate. Okay.
Rugged white male in Miami, 25.
But I'd love to have a bust, even if I'm not in the Hall of Fame. I'd love to just have a bust of me.
Here's the deal: find out what Grouper Lips' dead cost him. Lummy, because I don't want Grouper Lips to endure an extra cost.
Right.
So Lummy, find out. Ask Grouper Lips. What's his dead cost of materials and times.
Okay.
Give Dan the number and see if he wants his own bust.
Okay.
He's the only one that does.
That'd be so great.
Dan.
Yes.
I guess Dan, you could carry it around, and you could maybe use it as an air freshener in your Ferrari.
Right.
Put it on the dash.
Mm-hmm.
You could have it beside, like where your Bubba Army aluminum thing is to your left arm.
Right
now, maybe you could have it there, pointing towards the camera.
Right.
You could have the kids rub it before every football game for good luck.
Yeah, exactly. You know how they
play like a champion.
You know how they slap the Notre Dame sign when they're going down the tunnel.
Right. Slap me in the face.
I think there's one college that like rubs a rock or
That's Clemson.
Yeah, Clemson rubs a rock.
It
and
tickle my chin.
Dan's got his bust out there. He's like, "Hey guys, before you guys go out there and play flag football, make sure you touch me."
Can we make a small one like Forgiato has, so Dan can wear it around his neck?
I was talking about like a triple-sized one. I don't like a full-size.
I know,
like
but
a
also one
life-size
for your.
I mean, hold on. It's nothing but money. So just ask Grouper Lips. Give me a quote on a
Little and a
small chain one, and then a bigger one that's like the standard that he does for the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
And then Dan, you might have to buy a little thicker of a.
He's probably got a few different chains at home.
Yeah, I can
You may
find
have to
something.
kind of come up with like a Run DMC kind of deal,
I can do that. The big ass gold.
just way over the top.
With your head on it. That's the best.
All right, so that's what I was fighting for, but maybe it wasn't
Thank
necessarily
you.
going the Hall of Fame, but I definitely wanted Dan to have his own bust.
A bust would be fun.
Dan, I'm going to throw over some glasses.
Yes.
These are these really gaudy. They're real. They're coming already. Are you ready?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh my God!
Dan, are you okay?
Hold on.
Oh, do you see that, Bubba?
No, I'm getting ready to watch it right now. Hold on. Man, he looked like Jerry Rice doing a coffin corner, did he not?
I was trying to reach, man.
He looked like, hey, Lummy, he looked like Mike Evans doing a coffin corner.
That's how you lay out for one, you pricks.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
like,
I was
you know
trying,
what, Seth,
dude.
when I say coffin corner, you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Just
Dead
both
legs.
Throw a fade back into the end zone,
and
yeah.
you just get both toes in right at the pylon, and you're just completely extended out, right?
Did he catch it, though?
And they have to go back to the replay and see if you caught it or not, if your toes were in bounds. Dan, did you catch it?
I got it on my face right now.
All right, so
And that's a Hall of Famer right there, Bubba, but
so I mean, we
stand
need
down.
to get. I got my old gaudy like $800 Gucci's laying around here somewhere.
Oh yeah.
And then with your big gold Run DMC chain with your gold bust, on the chain.
Sounds like a
I mean,
party
yeah,
for
I
me.
mean, look at that. Looks like Dr. Disrespection's Guido uncle. He looks like Dr. Disrespection's Guido, New Jersey uncle. Does he not?
Yes, he does.
Book my golf trip.
So anyway, Dan, I was talking about this blood work that I gotten back, and my PSA numbers were super low, which are great.
Got a healthy
and
prostate.
I'm like, Dan's like, that's good. And then Dan's like, but you got to keep an eye on that, because if it creeps up, that's when I think isn't the number one killer of men prostate cancer.
It's not the number one killer of them, but it's the number one cancer they get.
Right.
And eventually, if you're old enough, you're going to get cataracts. And if you're old enough and a guy, you're going to get prostate cancer. It eventually will hit everybody.
All right. So, you get prostate cancer, you diagnose it super duper early.
TURP.
And when you're saying TURP, what's that mean?
Transurethral resection of the prostate. That's what you want. You get the TURP.
Now, so you get the TURP, and what does that mean? Does that mean you can still get an orgasm?
Usually you can still get an orgasm and you still have continence, so you don't have problems with urinary continence.
You can still get a boner?
You can still get a bony, and you can still pee through your penis.
Right.
And not pee when you giggle.
Now, is that where I've heard instances where guys catch prostate cancer early and they can orgasm, they can get an erection, but when they orgasm, nothing comes out. Like it's not, there's no fluid.
Right. Sort of
Is that a byproduct of this particular deal?
No, that only happens when you have when you've been castrated or, vasectomy.
No. Like, they still have the sensation of an. Are you off the air?
Off?
I'm so sorry.
Did you turn me off?
I didn't mean to.
Wow, because I was disrupting the show.
I didn't mean to.
Yeah, with the Hall of Fame speech.
Dan said it's never going to stop flowing like the river. You're always going to have the juices unless you get your ween taken off.
Oh boy.
All right, so whatever.
Sorry, I was just clearing that up. Bubba seemed confused.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, okay. All right, I'm going to
So
disagree with you.
you have a little prostate juice still?
You'd have a little bit?
You do.
No, I got a ton.
Right.
I mean, when you get a vasectomy, they just take out your sperm. The seminal fluid is still produced.
The prostatic fluid.
They just cut the sperm pipe off.
Mm-hmm.
You have two pipes. You got the seminal fluid pipe, and then you got the sperm pipe. and they take the sperm pipe and cut it off so it's not hooked up to the seminal fluid pipe. I know I'm being very barbaric, but I think I'm right, Dan, right?
Pretty close, yes.
And they take the sperm pipe and cut it and cauterize it and then leave the direct piping for the seminal fluid. So the only thing that comes out is, normally your body mixes the sperm with the seminal fluid and then ejaculates it. Ejaculates
It's
it.
like a soup.
Listen, you know what? I think I'm being very clinical here.
Yes.
I think I'm being super clinical.
This would be a bunch of third graders would understand this for
So
sex
what you
ed.
got, a man's penis has one pipe that's the seminal fluid pipe, and it goes to the hole. And then you got another pipe that comes in, and it hooks on to the seminal fluid pipe, and that's the sperm pipe. And so at the Y, before they go out in what is called an ejaculation, they mix. And then that's your final product. But when you get a vasectomy, they take the sperm pipe and they cut it. They cut the pipe. So at that point, you ain't got no water.
Yeah.
And then they cap off. Not only do they cut it, but they cauterize it so that they can never grow back together. Because I think back in the 60s and 70s when they do vasectomies, they would just snip it. Well, sometimes, the guy through just whatever, his balls jiggling around or just whatever. Next thing you know, the thing that you snipped kind of starts connecting on each other. And a guy's like, hey, listen, I don't have to worry about contraceptive as far as condoms and stuff like that. I cannot get a woman pregnant. I have a vasectomy. Well, really, his sperm tube grew back, and his sperm tube's, producing sperm. Next thing you know, that waitress you're seeing behind your wife's back, she's pregnant. Dan, think about how many guys got their worlds upended by that.
Yeah, that happened a few times. It happens less now. But you could reverse them too.
I'm not. You would go back in my ball sack and dig
Yes,
and dig.
it's microsurgery.
Hold on. So they would dig for the two pipes.
Mm-hmm.
Then they would have to
freshen the end,
cut the ends off so that you could put A to B, and then they stick. What if you don't got enough tubing for them to connect?
They may use a conduit,
like a
piece of tubing from someplace else.
So they put some tubing in
Maybe
there.
A vein.
I sent you a vasectomy reversal.
Probably use a piece of vein.
If you want to see how they do it.
Everything works with vein.
Oh, I don't know if I want to see. Does it show the penis?
No, well, it's computerized.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, does that make sense?
Computerized penises are way better.
All right, here we go.
When performed by the right surgeon. Today, we're going to show you, through the use of the latest technology, what happens during each.
Yeah, I think we can. Honest to God, I really do think that we can show. Animated.
Cartoon?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think
If not, it's something we should fight for.
This is you know what? Even if we get in trouble for this, we should at least fight for our right to be able to show a computer modulated AI version of the penis.
Right.
Like, come on now.
Sperm are produced inside the testicle and are stored in the.
And you know what? This is an educational deal I'm doing right now. There's a lot of people that want to know about this.
Right.
Epididymis, located on.
You got this and Biden quitting right there in my,
top of
everybody's talking about Biden quitting.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about,
Vasectomy reversals.
What if they're talking about Biden's wiener?
Well,
that's
please.
really hitting
Then you better cut it off about right there.
Oh, come on, dude.
testis. This is a 14-foot long tubule coiled up into 4 inches of space.
Dan, 14 feet of tubing for where your sperm comes through? Oh, They got plenty of extra to find, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
The sperm leave the testicle, enter the epididymis, and travel down through it as it turns into the vas deferens. The vas has a thick muscular wall and small inner channel about the.
So, Dan, it's pre-mixed in the effortus.
That's one of the mixes. I tell you, it's got a couple different. There's more coming. There's more mixing coming.
No, would you? Okay, let's not use that. There's more
mixing coming.
There's more head.
There's more mixing ahead.
There's more head.
There's more ahead.
Can't we look at a boob or something, Bubba? Why don't
we can? But right now we're looking at this. Okay, so shut up.
Runs up into the body and empties into the prostate. A vasectomy is a quick, minor procedure that blocks the vas deferens and flow of sperm. We perfect.
So does my sperm not even go to the prostate? Like my sperm
doesn't make it there. Doesn't make it to the prostate.
What does my sperm do? Just
gets lost in your scrotum.
No scalpel, no needle vasectomy,
like Biden on stage.
where no incision is needed. A tiny puncture is made, and the vas is isolated and blocked with several titanium clips.
So this is how they did mine, Dan?
Yep.
A small piece is removed, and the vas is returned. The puncture is so small that it doesn't require any stitches and a Band-Aid is placed.
Yeah, that's what they did for me. They put a butterfly willy on me.
A vasectomy reversal reconnects the cut ends and restores the flow.
Now, but see, listen, they're not being completely true here because they left off the cauterization type deal.
Sometimes with a clip you don't have to cauterize.
Flow of sperm, so men can father more children. We have pioneered and refined.
Man, I'd rather have a metal clip in there in my balls. I'd much rather have them just cauterize it. I don't want no metal clip in my balls.
Well, I think the thought is that with a metal clip, you've traumatized less tissue, and it's probably easier to reverse.
Find reversal.
So I don't want no reversal. So this is showing how to reverse it.
Yeah.
Only a small incision is made over the vasectomy site. The blockage is removed, and a drop of fluid at the bottom end of the vas is examined under a microscope to check for sperm, confirming the route from the testicle to the end of the valve.
Like, Dan, is this like layman's terms saying that the well hadn't dried up?
Well, yeah, and also they found the right well, that they're not, they're not connecting something the wrong thing.
They're not on the natural gas. They're on the oil. They're not on the natural gas.
Oil, right.
They're on the oil line. They're not on the natural gas line.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Open.
And you want to make sure you got you got oil left, right?
The ends of the vas are visualized using an operating microscope and reconnected. The inner layer is brought together with microsutures, half the thickness.
Now, Dan, can a human being stitch that little?
With a microscope, yeah, you use something called like 9.0 and 10.0 nylon sutures. You've seen us use 5.0 and 6.0. The 9.0 and 10.0 is like thinner than a human hair. Is very difficult to see without magnification.
But you can do it.
Of a hair.
Mm-hmm. Can you do it?
I can do microsurgery.
You can?
Yeah, I used to be good at it. I just don't do it much now because I don't really have a need
And the
for
muscle layer is closed over it with heavy.
But if I said, Dan, I want to get my vasectomy replaced. I mean, I want to get it reversed, and you're the only person that I know is really good at micro stitch. You got me, kid?
I got you, man.
Thanks.
Your suture
You're
to
going to
add
put a baby
strength.
in the merch crate?
No,
Yeah,
hell no.
Couple.
No, I can't even control the one kid I got. I messed that one up.
Well, I know it's time to hit the reset button, baby.
Second chance.
Hell no, bitch. It's time to hit the. I have no worries in the world. Unlike you guys who have kids for another 10 years. You guys, I'm 10 years ahead of you, Betty. Mine's already out of the house, hating me.
Right, you're jealous of us.
No, you're jealous of me because I'm free. I'm free. You guys. I mean, you got to still. Dan, do you think about all the parenting you have left? You've got to first graduate them. Then you got to get them off to college. Then you got to get them through college without causing no problems. You got a lot of parenting left.
Yeah, I need to figure out how to get them to ignore me so I don't have to pay for any of it.
Meanwhile, I don't have any parenting left. My kid, I did the best I could. I love him. I literally cry every day about how much I miss him.
Right.
And I text and email him. And I know it says delivered. I don't know if that means that it's read. He's got an iPhone, Lummy, and it says delivered.
Oh, okay.
But it never says read.
Oh.
It just says delivered.
I mean, if he blocked you in other spots, Bub, I'm sure that.
So, but hey, listen. I mean, I keep record of him about every 2 or 3 days. I reach out and say, hey, I love you, and I'm sorry for whatever you're upset about. If I need to apologize, to you or your girlfriend or whatever. For us to have a relationship, I miss you. I love you. I'm proud of you. And again, I will do anything to rectify, having a relationship with you. I have no less than 15 of those. I just did one like Friday. I was a little bit sad. I was watching. You guys have like your iPhone, and all of a sudden it'll pop up. It'll say like memories.
Yes.
And it gives you like memories of it might give you a Walker gimmick of when he first was a baby and now where he is, or Seth, it could give you different
no, I get the ones that make me sad now are the ones that might have my dog.
Exactly. I sometimes will get ones. The ones that make me the most sad are ones of Pookie, because it goes through this whole big like 15 or 20 picture montage of Pookie. And then the other one I get super sad about is when it goes through, pictures of me and Tyler. And so I got one of those on Friday. A memory is of me and Tiz. And I just, oh my God, I was sitting on my recliner. I was just crying like a baby. Like really, Merch Crick was, I think, she was shopping at Publix or going to see her dad or something. I don't know what the hell she was doing. But I had some time alone Thursday. I think it was Friday. And I
just had some time to cry.
And I just cried. She's like, man, I miss him. And so I texted him. Hell, I could even read my text. I might be a little too personal, but it was, I miss you. I love you. I'll do whatever it takes to rectify this. If it's my fault and I need to apologize, like being a real bitch. But I miss him so much. Dan, can you imagine not seeing or hearing from Danny for over 2.5 years, not knowing what he's doing every day, not knowing, if he's having a good day or a bad day, not even knowing where he lives, not knowing his phone number, not knowing.
You wouldn't let that fly, would you, Dan? This isn't anything about you, Bubba, but I'm saying, Dan, you wouldn't let that happen, would you?
I mean, I would try not to. Sometimes it's beyond your control, I mean,
I feel like you're the show up kind of guy. Like, you're going to show up and be like, what's going on?
Yeah,
Why are you avoiding me? Your family.
I would show up. Yeah, I would just prevail myself upon him.
But here's the deal. If I show up to my kids'
I know, Bubba.
If I show up there, I mean, I'm going to get trespassed, and it's going to be like, it's just going to be big.
Not if you show up at a race, it's public.
Yeah, but at that point, man, I mean, it just now it's public. Now I'm out in the public doing this.
Well, Bubba, what if all right, I just have this idea. What if you show up with one of those giant checks and then, like, after he has to come take a picture with you because, like, hey, you got a presentation for him. That's how we lure him in with a giant check.
Okay. And a bust.
And of course it would be money related with you. Mm-hmm.
Well, it doesn't have to be anything on the check.
And flows through the. Can you imagine someone actually trying to cash one of those big silly checks and going to the bank with it, with two people carrying it in?
Seth?
Yes.
No, I'm just saying. Everybody here at the studio really doesn't have the answer as to how I could rectify or, see Tyler personally to try to be able to let him know how much I miss him and stuff. And I don't know that any of these messages are going through. So Dan says, he would just try to figure out a way to meet little Danny. And just for those scoring at home, Seth said the way he would get back with his son was he would bring a big giant check.
A race,
But what if Tyler didn't win the race and he got like 4th place? Would I go down there and say, hey, this is for 4th place?
Yeah, I mean,
driver of the night.
Okay, guys, I'm just
crowd's favorite driver.
Bubba, you're right.
Make an event up.
There's really nothing that you can do.
I can't do nothing. I can't go to the local racetrack that's, first of all, you won't race at mine. And so secondly, like, I can't go to, East Bay or Volusia or, Lake City, wherever he'd be racing and just show up with a check. Everybody's going to be clowning me.
He hasn't been there since that night at your track?
No, I've not
seen him. You won't go back?
I won't
You won't go back to the track?
Mm-mm.
He's not like blackballed from it or anything, right?
Oh, no. No, not at all. No, I mean, no.
Can you approach him about a sponsorship?
What do you mean? I want to sponsor him?
Yeah.
Now I have to get back. The only way I get back with my kid is through a sponsorship?
I mean,
No, yeah, you mean what?
I mean,
That's pretty bad, my friend. The only way you get back into your kid's life is through a sponsorship. How about saying I'm sorry, I love you, and let's talk like men. But I mean, when it says delivered, that doesn't mean necessarily he got it, right?
I mean, it was delivered. He just necessarily didn't open it or read it. And if he has like an iPad, it could be delivered on that and not on his phone.
Yeah, I don't know if he has an iPad. I don't know anything about him. I don't know what kind of car he's got. I don't know anything.
He's got a girlfriend.
That's all I know. Is that that's the only thing that matters at this point.
Do you think you'll be invited to the wedding?
No, hell no. No. I would like to be.
Did they set a date? Do you know?
I don't know anything. Dan, I don't know anything.
Would you be willing to bury the hatchet with everybody just to?
Yeah, I would.
Just to rekindle.
Yes, I would. I even sent that in messages. So let me, when we come back. We might.
I need to pay somebody to visit.
No, Dan, you're not paying anybody to visit. Okay.
Okay.
What are you gonna do? When are you gonna go Guido?
Fix this crap, man.
Guido it out.
Yeah.
Hey,
it
Tyler,
works,
let me
dude.
tell you something.
It works. No,
hey,
it works.
Tyler, come over here. Let me tell you something. Here's $10,000 for you to start talking to your dad again.
Nah, man, it'd be different than that. It's more about going against your family and stuff like that. I think I'd be able to.
I think he would be so intimidated and so mad about that.
Intimidated?
No, he would be so mad.
He would.
He would be so mad and embarrassed about that and feel so uncomfortable, and then that would be held against me too, like me sending you over there to try to help the cause.
If Dr. Dan showed up and tried to talk some sense into him, you think?
Oh no, that would be used against me.
Oh man,
it'd be used.
There'd be no witnesses.
Hold on. Let me just tell you this, and I'm gonna leave. I probably shouldn't be saying it. Because it's probably going to be exactly the stuff I shouldn't be saying if I wanted to fix this relationship. But it's just so hurtful, the things that I'm hearing back. And that I've had some people that have made contact with Tyler that are my friends and have said, hey, man, your dad misses you and loves you. And there's a lot of, the reason why you're at the level you are and as good a race car driver as you are is because of your, a lot of the things your father did and stuff. And yes, he's a prick and he has a show and you may not agree, you may not be proud the fact that he's a shock jock or whatever. It's my job and my position in this world of entertainment has been bastardized by his support mechanism. Meaning like I'm a clown, like what I do for a living and as a talk show, they don't appreciate the talent. They just clown it. Does anybody
him or your whole family?
No, his whole family outside of my family.
Oh, okay.
They just clown it.
And what are they? Well, I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, so like, Dan, and it's gotten back to me because I've had somebody walk up to him and say, "Hey, your dad really wants to talk to you. He loves you. He's sorry." And the response was, "You don't know what it's like to be physically and mentally abused." And so now I got that rap going on me. That's what they're going with, supposedly, is that I physically and mentally abused him. Did I give him a few spankings? Yeah. Yes, I did. But, nothing more than what Dan, maybe 8 spankings his entire life. And you know what? Family have disagreements sometimes, especially the older the boy gets. Sometimes the dad and the boy have, disagreements, scuffles, if you will, skirmishes. Just the way it is. Dan, did you ever get, did you and your dad ever get physical?
I never got physical with him, but he slapped me a couple times.
When you were growing up?
He spanked me a couple times.
Yeah, did he yoke your ass up a few times?
A couple times.
Yeah. Hold on.
I'm
just getting ready to say, let's not put Joe. Let's put Arlene on the stand.
Yeah, she'd beat me.
Arlene would whip your ass.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, and she'd take whatever she could get. She was like, she was like John Wick. If she had a pinky, she'd torture you with whatever she had her finger on. She'd dig her nails into your ankle, your thigh, your wrist, your ear, whatever she could grab. Whatever.
She's like a hardcore.
She'd kill you with a pencil.
It's like a Mick Foley hardcore match with her.
Whatever she could grab, she was going to use. She was very resourceful.
So, anyway, I don't know how I got onto this topic, but if this does get back to my son, I love you. I cry over you daily. I hope someday we can talk and you can forgive me for whatever I've done wrong and tell me and teach me and guide me as to what I did wrong so that I can have my son back or I can be part of your life in some capacity. It's, not necessarily as black and white as necessarily it's being taught to you.
It's interesting because you take a look at the Williams kids, Venus and Serena Williams. And they had their mom and their dad coached them and were tough on them as kids and made them play outside in the hot little sun and all those things that some people, when they're idiots and a-holes, just want to call that abusive. Other people could say that's just trying to hone perfection. And so you had a protege, you had a kid that really had some future in racing, that had some natural talent, had the ability to have the resources, have the ability to start at a young age, own a track. You gave him, you had the ingredients and the recipe and the potential for like a Serena Williams type upbringing, where you have a father that's educated and motivated and succeeding in that field.
Right.
Serena's and Venus's dad was not a professional tennis player. That guy read books, saw videos, and worked his ass off. I just saw a special on her this weekend on ESPN. And so, everyone's like, oh, he was such an asshole. He wasn't.
Tiger's dad was the same way.
Same way. That's how they're multi-millionaires because of it. So you can either work hard as a kid and in your early 20s and become a hugely successful multi-millionaire, or you can cry and whine about how hard everybody is around you and there was so much pressure. I'm so tired of it because the only way to get excellence is to work your ass off and be lucky enough to have talent and opportunity. You need all three. You can't just be a hard worker. You can't just have natural talent, and you can't just have a very engaged family trying to help you. You need all three. When you have that magical 3 cherries across the thingy, if you blow it, then you're the asshole.
Thank you, Dan, for that long editorial. Let me, when we come back, got to talk about the obvious.
Yeah,
Joe Biden gone. Joe Biden gone. I heard that they wrote him a check.
Oh.
That's what I heard. That this was motivated also. Now, I don't know that anybody will be able to prove that. Maybe, I don't know if the maybe the DNC has the ability to do that. I don't know that they would make it public or not. But
I heard Big Mike put a Desert Eagle to his head.
So what you heard?
Oh yeah, that's why sources are telling me.
Oh, that's nice.
I mean, who cares? Because Russia writes him a check, no one cares. Ukraine writes him a check, no one cares. Big guy writes him a check, no one cares.
DNC strokes out $15 million. Next thing you know, you dropped out.
That's right.
So we'll talk about that next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Did we hit the button? Is this the button?
What up, Brian, Timothy, Jay Bowler?
You have this statement from State. Meanwhile,
Look at the sunglasses, right when you were talking about them. They were the ad up on Fox.
Can you believe that?
What up, Wyatt? What up, Rubs? What up, Kostika, Grouper Lips? Oh, man. What up, Lunger?
Morning, guys.
What's up, Jay? What up, Paul?
Jay here?
Yes. Good morning, Bubba.
You know we're just fucking with you, buddy.
I thought it was funny. I couldn't believe I did it. I really, the moment that Seth reminded me out loud what I did.
But hold on.
I was immediately
You were
remorseful.
hold on. You were immediately in crisis control.
I was. I first said, "Did you get that?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "Fuck it, thank God."
You were immediately in damage control the minute that you fucking did it.
What up, Lumen
If it wasn't on
Onion?
camera, it didn't happen.
What's up, Redneck? You got it, Needle.
Let me. What's on? What what's the bad stuff on the?
Paul, Felix, Havoc, White Tea.
Venmo.
I didn't see anything. I was trying to find it.
What's up, Tampa Terry? Grouper Lips.
They're trying to bury Vance and all.
Berto Perez, what's up?
Yeah, that wasn't this point.
Double XL. How you doing? I am Abogado.
What up, Pro-Human?
Let me. Are you sure we got one on PayPal? Because did you mess up with calling PayPal?
I called it PayPal. It was bad. No, I'm sorry.
Fucking dumbass.
Sorry.
It's okay. Sorry for calling you that.
No, it's my fault. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. Are you sorry, Dan? Are you sorry?
Sorry.
Thank you, Dan.
Dan's sorry too. Dan's sorry. I don't know if Dan ever says he's sorry.
I say I'm sorry.
Probably says it more than he wants to.
From Grom, buddy, how are you?
When's the last time you had to say you're sorry to Jay?
A big longer? Probably Saturday.
What do you do Saturday?
Who knows? I say I'm sorry every time I throw the ball to Danny because I throw still like.
And it ends up being a grounder, and he has to run a half mile to get the ball.
I mean, I could throw maybe 60% of my throws are on target right now.
Are you trying to make him a catcher and you can't throw a pitch?
No, I'm not trying to make him a catcher. I'm just trying to play catch with him, and it's just because my rotator cuff.
Dan's old ass can't get the ball over to him.
Does your shoulder get worse when you throw, or it just stays the same?
It warms up a little bit. It warms up a little bit. So after about 20 or 30 throws, I can throw a little better.
But it's that rotation that hurts.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
Jay has joined us. Jay, I hope you know that we were just poking fun at our fellow brethren, my friend.
I can poke fun at myself sometimes.
The only difference is you can act like an ass, show your ass, and chances are there's no evidence of it.
That's right.
Because you've quickly done it, and then you've gone into crisis and damage control and mitigated all the damages.
Yeah.
Whereas Dan just does something's ass or egregious, and it just is out there for everybody to see.
He's usually videoing it himself.
and then he'll double down on it too. Be like,
Right.
whatever. Why me? I can't take a picture of me at the paddock on the
exactly, at the
F1.
VIP
What do you
paddock.
mean? What do you mean, Jay? I can't take a picture of a shirt off. What do you mean?
No one else in the entire building had no shirt on other than Dan.
It started a trend. Shirts were falling on the side all
There
afternoon,
was
man.
boobs
Just a bunch
everywhere.
of piles of shirt.
Seth's still mad for not getting it on video because that would have really.
I got to tell you,
that would have hurt my feelings.
I got to tell you, man, if baseball, although I think NFL football is far more popular.
Oh,
far
yeah.
more popular.
Way more
The NFL
interesting.
is, but it's considered America's sport. It was the one that's been around since like the 1800s of football. NFL didn't get developed until 1921, but or 1919. It's either 1919 or 1921 that the NFL start date was. But Major League Baseball's been around since the 1800s, and it's considered the all-American sport. And I got to think that these players are not usually very political. They usually try to stay neutral. They may have some causes that they believe in, breast cancer awareness and stuff like that, and they'll wear some pink stuff, but nothing, nothing one way. Nothing. You don't see a player because they're told by their teams, hey, don't go one way or the other. Just keep it down the middle, because it's bad for our business. We don't want to say we want to get a letter saying, hey, we're not going to the or a big time client. Hey, we're going to go ahead and pull out of our advertising because your second baseman seems to want to wear Trump socks. We're not all about that. I think they have uniform regulations where they can't do that.
That did happen though the other way because there was a couple teams that did some pride stuff and there was fall back from it.
So when Major League Baseball actually sticks its neck out and does something, I think, man, it really is saying something with regards to the fabric of what America may feel. And so here's a guy from the Reds. I'm sorry, for the Rays. I think this guy's credited is the Walls guy. Let me credited as the first dude to do this.
Oh, it was him and the Cardinals guy, same day.
Yeah. So,
it depends on the time.
The fight, fist pump, which has now been synonymous with Donald Trump as he got assassinated, and they're carrying him off stage. He has enough showbiz wherewithal. Because, he's Donald Trump.
How much strength, man? I'd be in a puddle of mud crying. My ear just got shot. He gets up and does that. You think he did it for show, or do you think that's just his instinct?
Both. Both. It's his instinct, but it's also he also knows he had a moment, an opportunity. He's done WWF stuff. He knows how to work.
Yeah, but he knows he has to let that crowd know and America know at that moment that he is okay. I don't think it's a showmanship thing other than a conscious recognition that this crowd right here and everyone that's watching
It's
needs
all of
to
the
know
above.
I'm
It's
okay.
all of the above. It's letting them know everybody's okay. It's showing it's an unbelievable photo and video op. They didn't get him. That picture will go down forever as one of the
most iconic photos ever.
Defining photos for America.
Right.
Yeah. It's a Time Life photo of the year in the old days.
You got the sailor kissing the nurse.
Yep.
You got the Iwo Jima, the guy's putting up the flag, throwing up the flag. You got
the picture of the Loch Ness Monster, that blurry one, the original one.
The three little rings in the water.
Bubba was onto something there, actually.
Sad. So anyway.
So just to correct it, the Cardinals guy has come out and said that it was not for the Trump. It was a throwback that the guys were doing for when he was a.
Oh, that's him covering
this
their
is
ass.
spin control.
Hold on, that's the difference between St. Louis proper and Tampa proper.
Yeah.
Tampa's like, hell yeah, we'll go ahead and take the Trump.
Yeah.
And then St. Louis is like, oh, and by the way, I think they're democratically led. The city of St. Louis.
Yes,
I
and
believe
so they're
so.
like the city of St. Louis. So the Cardinals, who do the fight fist bump, they quickly say, oh no, it's a throwback to the '82 Cardinals.
No, it's a
Okay?
throwback to when the guy Burleson hit the home run his college day. He was a rapper nicknamed Biscuit.
Okay, all right. Well, no one believes this crap.
That's culturally relevant right now. Come on.
St. Louis makes it something absolutely stupid, and the Tampa Bay Rays and in particular Walls, who gets a double, he says, "No, man, it's Trump, buddy. It's absolutely Trump. Here it is.
2-base hit for Taylor Walls, and now he's in scoring position.
He's like, bitch, that ain't from some old rapper. Or that's Donald J. Trump.
Base
Ready?
hit for Taylor Walls, and now he's in scoring position.
Yeah.
Very deliberate.
I like that. Now here are the Cardinals.
Let's see what this one looks
And
like.
the Cardinals are saying, oh, no, this isn't.
It's a throwback to a college rapper.
No, the guy that hit the home run was a college rapper
I
nicknamed
know.
Biscuit. The hand over the ear was allegedly supposed to be an invisible headphone.
Right. It's not.
That's what they're saying.
It's hold on. I mean, if that's not Trump, what is it?
I'm holding my right ear.
Hand over
he's got
your
theirs.
right
Exactly.
ear and 2 fist pumps. If that's not fight, then you know what, St. Louis Cardinals, you're more pathetic than I thought. That if you can't stand behind the fact that 2 of your players did a fight gimmick. So what?
And for those
So
listening,
what?
they have their right hands on their ear and their left hand fist pumped. It's
Right.
clearly.
It's clearly a Donald Trump gimmick.
Or a guy on a DJ.
Look.
It's just this deal.
Oh, even he did it.
Yes.
Even he did it. Rounding third, he did it. Watch. Hold on. Wrong ear. Wrong hand. Wrong ear. Still.
Well, that's why he says it was his DJ day. Sunny days, $300.
It's actually right hand wrong ear.
Super
Jeez,
chat.
God forbid.
Sunny days.
Bubba trying to be a good dad.
Oh my God, Sunny Days. Isn't Sunny Days a porno chick?
She's a nice lady.
She's a porno chick?
I don't know. Doesn't she have an OnlyFans?
She has an OnlyFans, yes.
Sunny Days?
That OnlyFans is working. Thank you.
Man, I mean, a chick, Sunny Days, for $300, you got to have an OnlyFans. Thank you, Sunny Days.
We'll do a segment just for you, Sunny Days. What do you want us to talk about? Just send it in chat.
Well,
We'll do customized segments now, Bubba.
Maybe we should do tell us the ins and outs of the porno business or something.
Well,
like that. Well, just a suggestion.
No, it's
So
more
sorry.
about the OnlyFans. It's you kind of know about the porno business, but the OnlyFans has really changed it. Either way, I'm glad it's working out for her.
Well, how about
get rid of the middleman?
The cash me outside chick. She says she's made 50. She doesn't say it's validated. The cash me outside.
She's staying with that guy that threw her around too.
She's made 50, and she went ahead and screenshot like the back end, the business end of her OnlyFans account, and she has made $71 million, and she has netted, taken home $57 million.
She owes some taxes.
On the cash.
Is that 38%?
Looks like 14 got taken out already. 14 million.
What do you mean?
Of taxes? Well, it says if you scroll up, Bubba, to the screenshot that she took, at the bottom it says total gross 71 and then net 57.
Yeah,
Well, that's your percentage that you get. That's.
But that's already like a part taken out, right?
That's OnlyFans getting their cut. Then you still. She's still
really?
Got, yeah,
she still has to pay taxes on that.
Still got,
but she won't.
No, but like realistically, if you're in the 32% business bracket, aren't you, Jay?
39.
Yeah, 39. So you're at 39. I don't know if she's been smart enough to set up an LLC and have. I'm sure she has.
That says to the IRS, "Come look at me."
I mean, what's 39% of 57 million?
$20 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's still 37. That's
Yeah.
all right.
Anyway,
After tax dollars,
she
37.
She got beat up by her boyfriend.
That's her.
And here are
I hate saying that kind of stuff.
She got beat up by her boyfriend. And now hold on, here's the thing about it is that
they're staying together because he's getting help.
Right.
Yeah, he's getting help.
What kind of help?
Like what? Yeah, I mean,
anger management.
Yeah,
when not to beat up a young pretty girl. That's
making $25 million.
She's letting him. She's letting him stay.
She loves him, I guess.
And here he is. He kind of looks like he's kind of. I mean,
we just want to say hi to you. Enjoy your day. Have a good day. All right, can we get one more wave?
He looks like Jay-Z's grandpa.
He doesn't look like a young man.
All right, where's the baby at? Are y'all having date night? Where's the baby? She's so cute. She's at home. All right, enjoy your date night, okay?
He's not doing a core off with Matt Riddle. This guy, he just looks like a dick.
He's like looking at her like
he won't even look. He won't even look at the camera. He's almost like looking at her like, bitch, you better say the right stuff. When we get home, I'm gonna black that eye, bitch.
She's at home. All right,
so anyway, she's dropping all the charges. It's okay for that guy to have done what he did to her. It's okay to rough her up, Willie. And she's dropping all the charge. I must have some hell of a skill set. Hello.
Bubba the Love Sponge, Joe the supermarket.
Yes, Joe. You sound like you're in a car.
No, there's a big, heavy machinery working outside my window. I got my window open.
Are you still at the hospital, or are you back home? Like, what's your living conditions?
There's no home for me. I'm in the nursing home, and that's it.
Now, how old are you, Joe?
I just turned 45 on July 10th.
So are you going to live like the rest? I mean, like, is there any hope? First of all, Joe, what do you got? Like, because I got my doctor here, and so you can. Well, I don't know that we've ever talked about what you got.
Well, I still am co-signing with Dr. Dan on the parasite, and I've been talking to every doctor and nurse practitioner, and nobody will give me the ivermectin.
So hold on. How long have you been in the nursing home? Now, why are you in the nursing home and not the hospital?
Because the hospital has done all they can do. They want to send me back to the hospital to do more tests and all this, but I mean, I've already been through all the tests. They've already done everything they're going to do. I mean, the lymphedema of my legs and the nerve damage of my legs is part of the problem.
What caused all this? Like one day you're just walking around, next thing you know, you got big fat elephant legs? Like what happened?
Yeah, pretty much. One day I was with this hot chick. We were walking up and down the beach for 8 hours. And then when I got back in the car to drive back home, I couldn't even put pressure on the gas pedal. My foot and my ankle hurt so much. And then it went away that week. But then the next week we went to Six Flags and walked around there. Then it came back and never stopped. Only got worse and worse. And I tried to treat it with every drug, legal and illegal, known to man. And the only thing that would work to help the pain was angel dust.
Right.
And then,
which Dan doesn't prescribe, by the way.
Yeah, I usually save that.
Got bagged with that. Went to jail, and then finally got my first touch of medical care when I went into jail because they have a medical facility there, and that's when they started the TENS unit. They gave me prednisone, which actually worked really well, but that's not sustainable. So
now, hold on. Were you getting to be in the hospital jail instead of having to be in jail?
Yeah, well, no, I was in jail, and I had to hobble over across the walkway over to the medical facility. But, I mean, the care there was actually really good. They fit me for a boot, and then they moved to diclofenac, and they were trying different prescriptions. The doctor over there was really working with me well, and when I got out, ironically enough, my doctor retired, my primary care for my whole life, and my new doctor was the same doctor that I had in jail. She was at the health center
All
that,
right,
I was,
so
that I was
great.
going to.
So what have you been like? What's the official diagnosis? Like, Dan, maybe I take it over to you. Do you ask the questions? Because I just can't get a.
He's got chronic lymphedema. He probably does have, at this point, some valve problems, but he could have a parasitic infection.
But he's been in. You've been in the hospital / nursing home now for what, 5+ years?
Yeah, we're headed 5 years, and I
So
can't
Dan,
put
this
my
isn't
legs
something
down.
like this is a 5-year
It doesn't
ordeal.
make sense.
Like
It doesn't make any sense.
Dan, the doctor said it doesn't make any sense.
Dr. Dan, the biggest thing is that I can't put my legs down. I can't even put them down in a dependent position, let alone touch my feet to the floor. My feet are so sensitive.
Now,
It
Dan,
makes
is
all
it because he didn't have any insurance as to why they're not really helping the guy because he has no insurance?
Well, also the operation to fix it is devastating. They intentionally they take all the skin off your muscle and take all that fluid out and then just skin graft it to the muscle. So your legs look like they were burned, but lymphedema is gone.
So I mean, have they offered that? I mean, have they offered any remedy to
He
you?
needs to go to like a university where they'll do it. They won't do it at a regular hospital. He needs to go to like.
But he can't go and check himself in because he didn't have any insurance, and they're like, "Get out of here, buddy."
Well, sometimes the universities don't care.
I mean,
like a Cleveland Clinic or a
So,
Mayo
Joe,
Clinic or one of those types of
Joe,
places
what are
that
you
may be
what
more
are,
like
what are your
academic.
plans in life?
Which
Are you just gonna stay
I don't know
in
what city
in a
it's in.
nursing home for the rest of your life, or like, what's your long term plans or goals? Just to be bedridden until you die?
2 months ago, my long-term plan was to get back with my mother somehow. And I believe whether it took a year, 2 or 3, that I would be back together with my mother, living in a dwelling that we could have private care and not be in the situation. She was in a nursing home 2 hours from me. I'm in a nursing home out in Boston. And now that she's gone, I got nothing. I literally have, that was my goal, was getting back together with my mother, at least seeing her. And I never got to see her, and I'll never forget the last time I saw her. And now I have nothing. I have no goal. I don't know what my goal is. I could set any goal that I want and then aim to achieve it, but literally, I'm so stuck. I can't even think.
You should try to get to a teaching facility in Boston, Dan. What would be the most, like, one of the most recognized teaching hospitals in Boston? Harvard. As a medical school, if you go to some place where there is an academically affiliated hospital where they have the protections afforded by sovereign immunity, they're not afraid to treat a person like you. In a private care setting, it's virtually impossible
Is he just
to get anybody to do
in
anything for him.
In a cyclical situation
He's
where
in medical purgatory.
Right, he's in medical.
He can't get judged. He's just kind of stuck in the middle, and he's going to be bounced between skilled nursing facilities and nursing homes, and every now and then he's going to get in trouble, going to be in the hospital for a couple of days.
He's only 45.
I know,
crazy.
it's a shame, and his
It is
whole
a
life
shame.
is now defined by this.
Dr. Dan, I just wanted you to know more, Dr. Dan. So after the infection ravaged both of my legs, it moved its way up into my scrotum, and that's where it had to be cut out. With 4 years of gangrene, necrotizing fasciitis.
You can die from that too.
All right, so they cut your sack off.
They cut all the
They didn't
tissue
cut it
out.
off. They
Cut into it.
put a huge slice in it and took out everything they wanted, and then they figured more, so they went back to the OR. I ended up going back to the OR 5 times.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of damage done there. But even then, I still went to a rehab facility. I tried to walk, and as I was making progression with walking, the DON said no. She wanted me to use a commode instead of making further progression walking. So that
All right,
went
Joe.
backwards.
Listen, Joe, we got to get into the Biden stuff. What did you initially call for, my friend?
The only thing I wanted to, before you got into the Biden stuff, I wanted to know your take on Haley hitting Tampa. Hey, Hawk Tua, and she got to meet Hulk Hogan. She got to hang out with Jake Paul. Looks like he was going to do some things.
It's great. The Hawk 2, bitch. Rhett and Gary Cantrell got some footage, which I think is on our YouTube, Instagram, various places, of the Hawk Tua chick as they saw her at the Jake Paul fight in Tampa this past Saturday. So I think we have some original Hawk 2 content.
I went too. It was an interesting night.
Yeah. So, yeah, she's way over.
She's about 13 of her 15 minutes of fame done.
Right. So anyway, Joe, appreciate you. Gotta go.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Let's put these on hold. Thank you. So, it's official. By the way, Lummy, one of my, let's just say, one of my sources from the Secret Service.
Oh yeah.
Said that don't rule out Hillary at the convention.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
That's what my source is saying.
A lot of people
believe that.
That's what other non-secret people are saying too.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying.
Can we back up a little bit though?
What?
Just as
We gotta go into
happened-
words.
Oh,
But set me up for the backup. Go ahead.
I mean, did Biden really voluntarily drop out?
No.
Or was he forced?
He was. He
And
paid.
so
They
we're-
paid him. They paid him
who's-
$15
Who
million.
is they? And
Soros or somebody.
and is that democracy or is
We
that a
know
threat
who
to
it is.
democracy when the person runs, wins, then is threatened
Here's the thing
to
about.
leave?
Here's the thing. Not only that,
bribed.
but now democracy shouldn't. If you're going to truly pound your chest on democracy, first of all, you don't make Joe Biden quit. Secondly,
Right.
if you're going to continue to lean on democracy, and we're going to be honest, then you do the right thing. And if the president of the United States, who got the delegates and all the primary, and it's his candidacy, you don't let him follow through and be the candidate and see how it works out. That's democracy. You set the groundwork for that to be your candidate.
That shouldn't be picked by the donors and the protected class of media, and then the Nancy Pelosi's and the Chuck Schumers and the Obamas behind the scene talking to George. It shouldn't come that way.
But
that's not democracy.
But let's say, okay, we'll give you a little wiggle room with democracy. You needed to get that guy out as the candidate because he's absolutely going to time out. Like, he'll probably end up dying in office. Like, he has just deteriorated just right in front of our own very eyes. Like, in all the crisis control and damage control they try to do since the debate has backfired on them. The money and the donations have dried up. You got major shakers and movers within the party saying you've got to go. So he goes. He goes. And we'll give you we'll give you a pass on that. But if you're going to pound your chest behind democracy, then you've got to make Kamala your candidate.
Well,
but she didn't win a delegate.
But you've
That's not democracy. That's the whole thing, Bubba. Is what
not democracy.
This is the most anti-democratic thing I've seen in my adult lifetime, because they're literally taking away the will of the Democratic primary voters because they see that their candidate can't win. That would be like us doing that to Bob Dole. He can't win. Let's say, okay, he's got a medical condition. Let's get him out. Let's stop giving him all the money. They didn't do that. They've never just
pulled the person.
The reason they did it is not because they care about him or his health or his legacy. They did it because the polls said they were going to lose everything in a 330 landslide.
Well, if you listen
that's
to
why they did it.
Kennedy last night on Jesse Waters, he said that they had this whole thing set up, which is why they wouldn't let him run against Biden. It was all set up this whole time to get him to be that way, and then to get him out. There's
been a lot.
Which is so shady.
A true democratic process would have included him on a debate stage with Joe Biden.
There's been a lot of people that made this speculation months ago.
Right.
That
I
this was
said
this was going to happen.
Bill
Now,
O'Reilly, everyone did.
Let me go into words. We'll start breaking all that down. It's very, very lengthy. From who's the next, who are they going to select for VP, to just how unfair this truly is. Well, and how hypocritical this truly is. And, so all that and more. I got to get to words so I don't run late. So we'll get that on the back.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Forfeiture. Just like if two people running for mayor and someone drops out of the race, the other asshole wins.
Isn't competent enough to run for president, how can he be competent enough to be president now? Kamala Harris needs to answer this question for sure.
Ever. They skipped Iowa, New Hampshire, jumped straight to South Carolina.
Dr. Dan's not Joe Biden, okay? He's not quitting.
You said that long. If you, oh, do you? All right. You do
What's up? Just the Bob from Davenport?
right, see you guys.
Oh, you're out of here?
Guys, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bye, Dr. Dan.
You out of here, Danny?
See
See you, Dan.
Thank you. Jay's authority to speak on my behalf about Biden, of course, in a more polished way.
Oh, man. Dan's been ready to talk about Biden since 6.
No, you're like getting dismissed. Did someone just put another $2.99 down? No, same two true?
Yeah.
It's showing up twice on my YouTube.
Yeah, sometimes that happens with the, because you look up top, it just shows the one.
Okay.
Your phone app shows up. It does it to me too on the phone. It's a little bug. Good morning, Jamie.
What's up, D. Brian Gilson? How you doing, Steve? SNY or CNY bus driver, but it's a democratic republic. So you know that when you say democracy like that, that's disingenuous, buddy. I understand what you're saying. But if you're truly into a democracy, he's also winning the popular vote right now, which would mean that he would win both the electoral college and the popular votes. He got over 50 for the first time I've ever seen. 52 against Biden, 51 against Kamala. In the national poll. You know, the state polls, he's smoking them. Yeah. I think it's like 14 states now. It's not just the 7 swing states.
Morning, Hoss.
You know, Alpha, I'm not convinced of that either, buddy. What's up, talking to Steve?
Mama doesn't want her.
No, or else he would have, you know, when he doesn't say something, he's the most careful and deliberate. No, he said actually he wasn't.
I'm just trying to start a new thing, sunny days, you know.
We respect Biden and look forward to the process.
300, we'll do a
I don't think he said he was
segment for
against
you.
it. I thought he was just for like a fair process. He said something like
find
that.
the better. I thought he said find the better.
Well, I don't think he said anything.
No, I don't really think anybody
Definitely
who gives money to the show necessarily wants anything. Some might want a shout out. That's okay. But no one's ever been like, hey, I
right
gave
off.
money. Well,
What's up,
there are
my
some
boy?
people that try to use that as pull.
They need a thorough process.
All good Sicilian redneck.
Thorough process
Yeah,
to.
that was the
select
one
an
where it's
outstanding.
it's a it's not a negative endorsement, but he's definitely not endorsing her by saying those words. I need to look up what those words are. You're ready to talk about it in 20 seconds. Can you send me that, or you talk about it?
What?
What he said, because that says
Yeah,
that screams volumes.
I just read it. Yeah, I just read it.
Pouring ourselves out one download at a time. BubbaArmyHQ.com. Enlist today. The BRN now continues.
Dan had a blast out of your surgery or office or one of the different important stuff he does for society. Joe Biden yesterday at what? I'm sorry. Let's be respectful. President Biden. That's his name. He's our president, and he should be addressed respectfully as such. Our president Joe Biden yesterday, via getting a hold of the head of the Democrats, along with I think his chief of staff and maybe campaign stuff. A couple senior executives in the White House were given a letter that Joe wrote, not resigning, but withdrawing himself as the Democratic candidate for president of the United States for next, which will be 47, the 47th president of the United States. And so now it was just a letter. And he said he's going to address the American public soon. I'd love to see that. Like, I'm interested in that. Mm-hmm. What's this that you sent me from Jesse?
Kennedy was on. Robert F.
Oh, Robert F. Kennedy.
Yeah, and he was kind of talking about the process and how the Democrats really,
They killed all primary debates, booted RFK Jr. from the party because he posed a threat to Joe. Today, RFK...
They did.
For sure.
RFK was a Democrat and was running against Joe, and they threw him right on his ass and said, "You know what? You got two choices: withdraw from here and try to be an independent, or withdraw from here and we're not supporting you. We're not even recognizing.
They didn't even recognize.
We're not even recognizing you. Yeah, you're not allowed to debate. You're not part of You're not part of the cool club. I don't know necessarily in the Democratic primary that anybody was allowed to run against him.
They weren't. That's what he kind of says in this.
Mm-hmm. Jr. held a press conference to tell Democrats.
I mean, this was a shove down. They were like, "Hey, Democrats, this is what you're getting." Hold on, but we'd like a couple different choices. Hi, I'm Elise Kushner, and I'd like to have a few different choices. No, Elise, cannot.
Nope.
All you get's Joe. You're gonna be lying. You're gonna like it. Okay.
I told you so.
A little over a year ago, when I entered this race, I predicted that
this guy would so be winning if he was a Democratic candidate and he could fix his voice. I mean, we're so judgmental as Americans. We can't. Like, I want to rally for this guy. He needs to see Danny for some Botox. Does he not? Yeah. I mean, he looks like Dusty Rhodes and did 4 gig jobs right above.
Looks like he got some sweet juice right before this shot.
Yeah. I mean, him and remember Abdul the Butcher? How many gig marks he had?
Yeah. Look at his head.
President Biden.
Hey, Robert, you're doing your gig marks wrong. You're supposed to go them crossways, not up and down.
Suffered from a degenerative condition that was not going to improve, and that it would make it impossible for him to govern effectively. The reaction of the DNC to that obvious condition was to hide it from the American public.
Yes.
And to use their power over the Democratic Party nomination process to make sure that nobody could compete with President Biden in a way that would expose his deficiencies. And as a result, we are where we are today, which is in a period of crisis.
Presidential candidate RFK Jr. joins us now. So, RFK, you ran the right way. You did what you were supposed to do. You were a Democrat.
I mean, we haven't gotten $1 from PayPal today, not even like a $5.
Oh, man.
Primaried a
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
Democrat.
That's how we keep it on the air.
Incumbent, and they wouldn't let you. How did they jam you out of this thing? Because now look at what happened.
I mean, that is interesting. Like, asking this candidate, like, what did they do to you to tell you, see you later, buddy?
Yeah. Lifetime Democrat.
Yeah, I think it was
not only lifetime Democrat, but almost like nepotism-wise, like, kind of.
Well, for sure.
What comes from some of the greatest Democratic political stock in the history of our country.
Well, they used to be considered Camelot and
Right.
like American royalty.
Right.
And this guy's dad and uncle were both assassinated. He may have a little bit of political, ability to talk about things and have people to listen to him. They just didn't even. They shut him out without
The
even giving him a
strategic
chance.
mistake by the Democrats, Jesse, and you and I have talked about this before. But they got rid of they changed the primary rules while we were running the primary. They changed 60 different rules to make it impossible for anybody to challenge Joe Biden. One of the things
60 different rules
that you remember that they did to me is I've been campaigning in New Hampshire, so they adopted a rule that said that any political candidate,
Let me mushroom Mitch, 25, love him. Okay, PayPal.
Democratic candidate who campaigns in New Hampshire, who steps foot into the state of New Hampshire, that all of their votes would go to the president, all of their delegates would go to the president.
What?
Instead of going to that. And then they shut down the Florida primary. They shut down a bunch of primaries and just said, we're not running them. We already have our candidate. A few weeks ago, President Biden was ridiculing.
Felix Bajarlas. $25 in the PayPal. Love you. The Bub Army.
Vladimir Putin, who won 88% of the vote.
Yeah, I love this footage. We have. I think there's an African American that's performing like some kind of very rhythmic type dance kind of deal at the White House, and everybody around Joe is dancing. Everybody is. Kamala's dancing. The African American gentleman to his left is dancing. The African American woman to the left is even the white dude. I don't know what the
Kamala's husband. That's the second husband. The second.
What's this?
That's a lovely
transgender.
man.
Okay, so
female.
The transgender African American man, female. Her is dancing. Hers is dancing, and then look at Joe. Look at Joe.
He's happy.
In Russia, and he
in.
said, that was a fixed election because President Putin had made sure no adversaries could challenge him, and also that he had fixed the press so the press wouldn't cover his adversaries. Well, the Democratic Party succeeded in doing the same thing. I haven't been allowed on any of the Democratic networks, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, as you know, Fox.
Don't forget those cashers that just came in.
Has allowed me on, although Fox.
I think you just missed a couple.
People like you.
You missed a couple cash willies.
Allowed me to speak.
10. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You debate me. You give me a platform, even though you don't agree with things that I say. And I think that's the way the media is supposed to work. But the other media.
Let me, Josh Mead, a little something from Warsaw, Indiana.
Oh, really?
I'll be in Warsaw, Indiana, the weekend of August 23rd.
Nice.
For the alumni night.
Thank you.
Monopoly when you're playing with children, you just.
So basically, Robert Kennedy is saying, listen, I could go and campaign and go to various primaries in the various states, but they were just telling me under the 60 new rules that they passed. Is that 60 new rules that the Democratic Party passes?
Yes.
Making it impossible for Robert F. Kennedy to go into any state and be a lot of states would go as far as to even say, listen, you can do all you want, but you're not going to be an option for Democrats to vote for.
You can get right in.
Well, I never heard what he just said, which is if you literally vote for anybody but Biden, we've changed the rules so that your votes and your delegates now go to Biden. That's insane.
In New Hampshire, yeah.
And I understand, in one state, but still, that's important because they also changed the first primary to South Carolina instead of Iowa caucuses, which is what it normally did, because they wanted to benefit Biden by having him start off with some delegates. And so what he's saying is it's a rigged system, which is true. Here, I have one question for you, Bubba. Do you think he should show up at the DNC and try to lobby? Because he could theoretically lobby for it.
No, I think he should show up at the DNC and support whoever they put up there as the candidate. And I think that they should honor his wishes.
He's an independent now, though.
You talking about
I'm talking about RFK.
I thought you meant talking about Biden.
No. I think Biden is going to do that. I'm talking about RFK.
I
think he should show
up and can make some noise. I mean, they're probably going to throw him out of the building.
I mean,
for
could you
real.
imagine?
I mean, they're going to probably throw him out of the building.
Maybe Alex Stein.
We don't owe you. We don't owe you any speaking real estate. You're not one of us. You're an independent. You're not a Democrat.
They didn't give him Secret Service protection until Trump got shot.
There you go.
My colleague Brett Baer, our chief political anchor here at Fox News.
This is the announcement. This is what we all got about.
It's 145.
I think I got it fairly quickly.
Reaction to this breaking news. Brett, we saw drip, 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 37.
I know our Twitter, we covered it quite nicely on our Twitter, all different angles of it.
Democrats saying President Biden should step aside, and now we've got the announcement. Your thoughts?
Mike, this is a tectonic shift in politics. Think about where we have been, and in such a fast time to have changed now this nominee.
And here's the thing, man. I don't want people to think that we're just covering the news. Like, the biggest news is the Democrats have thrown Joe Biden out, and they're going to try to figure out who's going to run against Trump. There's no vote for that guy or vote for this guy in our rhetoric. We're just reporting what happened. That's it. So, I don't want anybody to, we're talking politics. I mean, this is the most important story in America.
It's everywhere.
I mean, 2 weeks ago, it was Donald Trump got his ear blown off. And this weekend, it's Sleepy Joe says, I'm done. Listen, yeah, we're gonna cover other things, but that's just the way it is.
Stepping down. It was only 3 weeks ago that there was that debate, at which point, President Biden walked out, and in the first few minutes, the world kind of gasped that was what was.
I think we would all agree that's what did him in.
Robert Weston, 20, Cash App.
Fish on the J, 25, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. I think the debate did him in.
Yep.
Exposed him.
Yep.
And then everything thereafter was damage control that didn't go nearly the way he thought it would go.
Which was the beginning of pushing him out.
Then he caught COVID. So for 5 days during the RNC, when you need to be out campaigning, beating the streets, you're in your beach home in Delaware, on a 5 to 7 day quarantine, while your opponent is having his convention, and the convention couldn't have gone. I mean, it was very. Let's just say this to be fair, it was very rah
unified
Americana, like strong Americanas. I'm proud to be an American. Johnny rah. I mean, it went well. I mean, the RNC. Listen, the RNC. There's been a lot of things that have strategically lined up for the Republicans. Trump surviving the assassination was a pretty, cool thing for the RNC. It's in any kind of badass. I mean, it was set up nicely, and then the RNC went off without a hitch. The only really problem at the RNC was Alex Stein.
Yeah.
Other than that, there was no problems. Have we kept in touch with Alex as to how this has all transpired since he's gotten back to Dallas? And did he have a meeting with Glenn? And do you know anything?
I've not heard if he had a meeting with Glenn. I don't believe. I talked to him on Saturday. He had it at that point, so I'm guessing it's going to be this week.
But I think he's genuinely freaked out, is he not?
Oh yeah, as you can see this weekend, he said he did a lot of things, videoing, trying to get some content.
The fallout from that, I don't think ever really recovered, and his effort to do interviews afterwards did not stop the bleeding as far as his political.
He did. Lester Holt gave him. Tried to put him over. George Strophanopoulos tried to put him over. He went to some of the huge heavy hitters.
He went to everywhere. He went to the NCAA,
NAACP.
Excuse me. He went to the ACLU. He went to the Hispanic caucus. He went to the Black Congressional Caucus. He went everywhere.
Problems, and I think that there was this sense that this was inevitable, that it was going to happen, except what happened was that there was a pushback from the campaign, from the White House. You saw this.
Man, when you started seeing the 35. I'm gonna get. So I got that one. Let me. There's so much more.
Oh yeah.
So like when you started seeing AOC talking crap, Nancy Pelosi, is it Schumer? Chuck Schumer.
George Clooney.
Yes, that's one of the important ones.
For real?
Because he was speaking on behalf of Obama and the donors.
I mean, George Clooney kind of represents the Hollywood aspect of the party.
They had the biggest, most historic fundraiser, and that's the one that happened 3 weeks ago.
The $30 million one.
Right. And he was a part of that. So he's a bundler. He's been a huge financial backer of everything that is Democrat for the last 20 years. And so when he came out, he would never come out without Obama's blessing. And then the nail in the coffin was when Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer came out, because then he lost the House and the Senate. And that's when it was completely untenable.
Surrounded by a handful of trusty advisors and First Lady Jill Biden at his vacation home in Delaware, Saturday evening, President Biden reflected on a political career that spanned more than a half a century and began to conclude that it would not reach its end. It would reach its end earlier than planned, according to the people familiar with his decision. Isolated, frustrated, and angry. Think about how mad
he should feel betrayed
as he watches the RNC and see, just as mad as I got with all the way Hogan got put over. I feel for you, Joe. Bubba Biden, say it.
Bubba Biden.
No, don't say it. Let me.
Oh, sorry.
That means we have to quit.
Roger Allen Cash 25 on the Cash App.
Seth takes over.
But he went from the most protected.
Seth's our Kamala.
Oh boy.
Sorry, Seth.
Step right in when you back out.
I'll jiggle my own hoots.
You're an African American Asian. You wouldn't mind being that, would you?
No. Get me into college.
He's really pissed off, said one person in touch with Biden's inner circle. Mad as he was, and still Biden came grudgingly to accept that he could not sustain his campaign with poll numbers slipping, donors fleeing, and party luminaries pushing him to exit.
Do you think he's aware at all of his decline? And do you think that was something that people close to him brought up when they tried to convince him to get out of the race, or did they just focus on the fact that he couldn't win? Because it just seems like I don't know if it's ego or he just really thought that he could really make the country as great as he thinks it could be in the next 4 years, and that's why he felt like he had to do the job.
I think you're right in the fact that, he felt he needed to do the job, and that he, in his mind, thinks he's okay.
Yes.
And in your mind...
Well, then you're not even watching your own stuff back.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
He didn't watch the debate. Remember that?
No. He didn't. Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, in your mind, you might walk away and say, I nailed it, but upon further review, you sucked. You did horrible. But I don't think he's going back and watching his performances. I think that he knows, and in his mind, he's thinking, I'm good. I'm good. Now, what he didn't realize is when his communication skills have diminished, he mumbles, but he doesn't probably think that he's doing that. Right?
And I feel like it would be up to his wife to go up and go, listen, Joe, this is you don't need this anymore. You're not where you were when you came in here. Let's just let somebody else deal with this, and let's just go have sex in Delaware for the rest of our lives.
And I think that's kind of how it all was going down until but then you get the big heavy hitters like Nancy Pelosi, and then you get people like who was it? John Morgan, who says I'm not going to.
For sure.
I mean, you just get these big, heavy donators, and that's what determines it is when the money dries up. Is when the money dries up, and you got your big donors saying, I'm not writing a check to a person that doesn't have a chance.
Think about how angry he, though, must be, like Seth was saying. I'm sure he's convinced himself that he's still the guy that can do it. He's the only guy that's ever beaten Trump. And now he went from the most protected Democrat to the one that they're now. We never saw leaks. We never heard leaks for the last 3.5 years. And then all of a sudden, it's like a sieve. All this information's coming out from the Senate.
Because they're scrambling.
Because they wanted to hang him up.
They're scrambling.
I believe that whoever in his campaign allowed him to do a debate before the Democratic National Convention had it in for him, because this is the earliest time we've ever had a debate. And there's some people that believe that they did it so that there would be this time for the Democrats to try to regroup and figure out who their candidate's going to be.
Now, now there are people calling for, if he's not fit enough to be the candidate for the remaining 5.5, 6 months that he is the president from now till January, 20th, 21, 22, when they do the inauguration is usually in the middle of January.
January 20th, the November 5th election this year.
Yeah. So he's going to be the president till January 20th. I mean, regardless if what happens, regardless if the Democrats throw somebody in there and they win, or regardless if Donald J. Trump wins, doesn't matter. This guy is still in office until January 20th. Now there's people calling for him to resign his office, because if you're not competent to be the candidate, how in the hell can you be competent to ride the last 5 months out? I myself think that's a little chicken shiz. I think we can, I think our country can withstand another 6. I mean, for 3.5 years we've had him at the wheel. What's another 5 months? You've already buried the dude. You hung him out to dry. The party flip-flopped on him.
Well, plus, I mean, someone's got to handle things while, Kamala's out. I saw she's going to be in Indiana and Wisconsin this weekend. I mean, I'm sure she's going to be doing, 4 or 5 stops a day, when she has the time. So,
oh yeah, they're gonna not even pay any attention to Joe. They're just gonna tell Joe, stay back at the White House.
Joe could put it in cruise control, man.
Yeah, he could.
The Republicans and the people that are calling for him to step down are really short-sighted, because I think I heard you say this earlier, Bubba. If he resigned right now and she became the president, she goes into the DNC as the president of the United States,
yes.
the first African-American female president of the United States. Who's going to vote against her at the DNC?
I mean, and here's the deal.
So it's like you don't.
If she could pull off just one big thing.
Yep.
Like the Democrat.
As the president, you mean?
Yeah. Like, let's say that let's just say, by the grace of God, she's allowed. She has the ability to go negotiate a ceasefire for the Israel-Gaza Palestinian conflict.
Anything. Get a hostage free. She could literally get a hostage free, and they would put her over so hard.
Something big.
Drop gas 5 cents, man.
Yeah, I mean anything. They'd put her over.
Exactly. Hold on. She could say, you know what? Gas is going to, I promise you, by the time the election comes around, gas is going to be 50 cents cheaper, because she gets into some reserves. You're right, Seth. She finds some way to do it. They can get it done.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to come up with a plan for Israel and the Gaza Strip and the Palestine. I'm going to help resolve this Israeli situation. And she could get that done. Even if the Democrats had to pay out their ass. Even if the Democrats had to go to Hamas and say, hey, here's $50 million just to go away into the desert for like about 8 months. Okay? Next thing you know, Hamas goes, oh, it's Hamas. And I just want to let you know, because Kamala Harris came in and negotiated such a good deal. We are pulling out of the Gaza Strip.
Yep.
And we are going back to our island.
Here's 8 Americans back.
And and here's all your Americans back, and here's all your Israelis back, and we will go back and the Palestinians can have the whatever. Yay! And Netanyahu can say, hey, listen, we're cool with it. We got all of our Israelis back. We didn't lose any territory. The Strip is the Strip. The West Bank's the West Bank. We're all getting along now. Yippee-yo. Thank you to President Kamala Harris for negotiating this almost like, Treaty of Versailles type deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And she did it. Bitch,
she's in.
You could win on that.
She's in.
You could win on that. You could be like, hey, Donald Trump, bitch. I just went over and got the Israelis and the Hamas and the Palestinians to all play nice. Drop mic, bitch.
Yeah, problem is she's probably the most anti-Israel candidate for presidency in our lifetime.
We got some problems now, don't we?
She maybe work for some other kind of deal.
How about the Ukraine-Russia deal?
She could probably, she's got to actually speak in full sentences.
Maybe she's noted for, I got to go to words, but she has a reputation, Lummy, of having given oral to maybe get her way to.
Is that real, or is that just a stereotype we're giving women who get high up in politics?
I've heard that,
because I saw it a lot.
She gave oral
to Joe,
to a lot of people, to further her political career.
To Joe.
Now, if she goes in and gives oral to Putin,
oh yeah,
Putin might say, "Okay, we were now officially pulling out of Ukraine. because of the great Kamala Harris negotiation skills, which is really just some smoke and his. You know what I'm saying, Ed? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Give her to go do what she does best.
But did she do it to Joe? And do you think it started off like a gummy?
No, I think she probably did it to Gavin Newsom and maybe Clinton, maybe Barack. Maybe she went in and did a threesome with her and Michelle.
Oh, that's nice.
I think the real political story is that she may have dated the mayor of San Francisco at the time that she was becoming the district attorney and then became the state's attorney. And so I think that there was a relationship that they had, an extramarital relationship.
She started off with Montel.
I think.
Yeah, she started with Montel Williams and worked her way clear to, from Montel Williams to Putin. That's a good timeline right there. Sure is.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
And I think the Republicans that are calling for the 25th Amendment are so stupid because as soon as they call for that, then if Donald Trump becomes president, here comes the 25th Amendment. Does anyone in chat know who it was in San Francisco? It was the mayor. It was, I think it was. I just forget what his name was.
He was an African American gentleman.
I thought a better name for her would be Kaplan Kamala than Laughing Kamala, though Laughing's pretty funny.
People are giving him shit.
But it's not that funny.
No.
It's rude and mean. So every other name he gave a man. I mean, he just calls everybody names.
Yeah, I know.
That's the other thing is everything he says will be put in that light. Misogyny and racism. What's up, D? Kim, England. How you doing, buddy?
She was the side chick. Which they're saying is.
She was what?
The corner of the side chick, which they're saying is resurfaced affair, slurs.
Oh, that's what she was called at the time.
30 years ago, had an affair with the future mayor of San Francisco, Willie Brown.
There it is, Willie Brown. What's up, 305 Express? How you doing, buddy? Russ, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I don't know. Or, I don't believe so. Thought it was from Jamaica. Thought, or part Jamaican and maybe part Jamaican.
Jamaican and
What up, 305?
305, what's up, hold up, Tommy?
What up, 305?
They're in your home and they could be making you sick. So see where all those germs are hiding only on 10. It's 10 minutes of nonstop news starting right now.
He's a teenager charged with 2 murders. New picture tonight shedding some light on Jimmy Dale Smith in jail.
Let me, Reginald Roundtree might be calling in.
Oh, nice.
Were you sleeping in and missed the first hour of the show?
Are you ready?
Don't worry, it's all at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show. We'll do a. Oh, damn! You know what? I think I just. Oh, thank God!
So you hit it?
Oh, I thought I hit it. Thank God! Damn it, my fat little fingers. Thank God I didn't hit it. We're doing an after show today, chock full of the stuff that we didn't get to on the regular show. You know.
Oh, are we gonna get to the Brittany Griner interview then?
Yeah, getting to her. Which that Brittany Griner, Brittany probably is more manly than all of us. That probably is a discussion that we should have, on the after show where we run a little bit looser.
Yeah,
language is a little less restrictive.
I know you wanted to ask Dr. Dan what he thought she might be on too.
Yeah.
She'd be a good Secret Service agent. You know what I mean? Like everyone's like, oh, I don't care about women or not, but you need someone that can cover the subject. And so I'd be cool with like her. She'd be a great Secret Service agent.
Well, I don't really care for her because I think that if you're taking enhancing, PD, what is it? PEDs. If you're taking PEDs in the women's arena of athletics, which means you're probably taking like male testosterone. She's already had a double mastectomy, which is her mom. Hey, that's her privilege. That doesn't make her less of a woman. But just to watch her talk and to see the thing, like I think she's on some testosterone. She's got a deeper voice than any of us. Period. And she even wants to be identified. And they just had a child, and she wants to be called Pops, not Mom.
We'll get to that
on the after show today.
We have some breaking news here, and this is a pretty big one. And Marie Harf presaged this breaking news for us. Obama, this is according to the Washington Post. President Obama is telling allies that Joe Biden needs to step aside. Marie, I just have to come back to you for a moment, and then we'll go to you, Emily. Marie, the exact language is seriously consider his viability. You said 2 minutes ago, we're waiting to hear from Obama. Well, we're hearing from him through the pages of the Washington Post.
Yeah, I just got chills when you read that. I worked for President Obama, as you know, and he has very good political instincts. He has throughout this process. He's also very cautious, though.
But I got to think Obama is the senior statesman of the Democratic Party. Like, he absolutely is the end. It's him than the Clintons, but he's far more younger and freshly, more closer to formerly being a president, two-termer at that. So I got to think that Barack Obama might be the one that controls this whole deal.
That was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was shortly after this that he was out.
Yeah.
Haley, so throughout the days since the debate, he has stood by Joe Biden, but I think started to hear increasingly from people that believe there is no...
And the big slinging D's, the big slinging Democrats, they couldn't necessarily speak to Joe about it, or even Nancy Pelosi. They needed to go to the Democratic God, right?
Yes.
I mean, he's the Democratic God. Two-termer, boom. Still a hell of a speaker. Still very mindful. Still very smart.
Beloved.
And loved and liked. Two-termer. He calls the shots. Whatever Barack says. Maybe he puts Michelle in there with a Hillary kicker.
Biden to win. And Barack Obama is still one of the elders of our party. And if he is now weighing in with Joe Biden on the heels of Schumer.
Not the elder of your party. He's the pimp of your party.
And Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries. It feels to me like.
Now, he gets a Bill Clinton backup. Like Obama says X. And Clinton goes, oh, wait, I agree with Obama.
They're not on the same page right now.
They're not, are they?
No, they're literally endorsed.
I mean, see, that's probably why, Seth, we're having this little bit of a hiccup as to who the next person is, because those two need to be on the same page. Those are two of the big slinging Ds, 1 and 2, 2 and 1.
Well, the Clintons endorsed Harris, and Obama or Barack is saying that he's looking forward to a process playing out of, I guess, he's leaving it open for, I guess, democracy to still happen.
Right.
So,
which is the right path to take, honestly, if you're him.
So at this point, Barack's right, Clinton's wrong.
We are very close to knowing that Joe Biden will no longer be the nominee. I don't know when that will happen. Of course, he has COVID, and he'll be at home for a few days.
So this is actually kind of old.
Yeah. This is a day ago.
Yeah, this might have been a Saturday Willie. Here's the story. Where I think this is the story where the Clintons endorse Harris.
Yeah, well, Biden
now I'd like to
endorsed
bring
and then
in my
Clintons did
colleague,
too.
senior congressional correspondent.
What's
Chad
that?
Pergram.
It should be in the same story. Biden came out and then the Clintons came out and endorsed her.
Now, you think Biden? Biden came out, Clinton's came out, but Barack has said, "Listen, we're going to let the process, kind of play itself out, and to who he sees is going to be our candidate."
Mm-hmm.
Chad, your reaction to this earthquake in American politics?
Again, this is all just, I think pretty much the same story, don't you think?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me see here. Oh, that takes us to our Twitter page. All right, here we go. This is what we're looking for right here.
We do have this statement from Kamala, the Vice President Kamala Harris. She just put out, I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. I will do everything in my power to unite the Democrat Party and unite our nation.
I will get on my knees and take care of Barack.
To defeat Donald Trump. You go back to, this would be a good place to enter.
What's that?
Warm line.
Reggie.
Yep.
Enter your accomplishments, right? And the first thing that Republicans are going to point to is that she was appointed czar of the border. And John, we know.
Listen, this would be interesting. Reggie's perspective on this might be interesting. He's a former 40-year plus, recognized as broadcasting television royalty in Tampa, Florida. Like, I think, what was he? Well over 30 years for Channel 10.
Mm-hmm.
Remember this? Here, let me. You ready for it? I went and found this. Yeah, former law enforcement in Miami. Hold on, I found this. Check us out.
10 CBS. This is 10 News. People you can count on. With Sue Zelenko, Reginald Roundtree.
Look at Reggie. Look at Reggie.
Look at the hair.
Look at Reggie. He looks Mexican. Reggie, we're playing old Channel 10 bumpers.
Well, I could probably run as the black, Mexican, Asian-looking brother,
I think you got all those with freckles. You forgot to put with freckles.
With freckles?
Yeah. You're a black, Asian dude with freckles. You got everybody. You got everything covered from Florida.
Look, Mood brother from South Philly, baby.
What's your spin on all this?
Look, I'm so glad that I finally got the number to be able to call in, is that this thing is up for grabs.
Mm-hmm.
The Republicans, and Joe probably agree with me with this, the Republicans have got to do a whole new playbook for the next 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, this is as much of a curveball as this is to the Democrats. It's also, not as big, but it's a curveball for the Republicans too. They're going to have to play this thing a whole different way, right?
Well, here's the thing. Sleepy Joe, old Bubba. Well, there's only one old white guy in this game now. This has the whole complexion.
I actually saw that, Reggie, yesterday on CNN starting to play out by saying, well, if Kamala is the opponent, now the old guy is Trump. And he's not. He's too old, and he's too not competent. So if we're going to play the old card, the Democrats just flipped the old card right on over. Did they not?
I'm telling you, the strategists and everything on the conservative Republican end, they're like, this is their worst nightmare. They should have just left Sleepy Joe alone.
Do you think, Reggie, let me ask you a question. Had they known this was going to happen, do you think that it changes the Republican pick for vice president?
Oh, that's a good question.
Knowing, or is J.D. Vance the guy? He's younger, from Ohio, delivers you Ohio. Does that change their pick to maybe an African American? Does that change I think it might potentially change the VP pick had they known this was going to happen.
Had they known this was going to happen, now they're stuck with it. But, as far as the Republican angle on this, I get it. The guy can, look, Pennsylvania, Ohio, we can lock up Ohio. We ain't got no problem here, because it's, the strategists, they're going to have to sit down and figure this one out.
There's three things they got to figure out. One, who's the Democratic candidate? Two, who is the Democratic VP?
Correct.
And then three, how do the Republicans strategize against that new ticket so that four, it doesn't hurt the Democrats' down ticket, meaning Senate, congressional. And that's a lot. That's a lot. That is in 1 month's time, Reggie. That's a whole lifetime worth of data in 30 days.
I'm telling you. All right, just an outsider looking in, having covered many conventions, many political things and everything. And I kind of, like when they first started on Joe, Sleepy Joe, he can't. He looked fucking horrible in the damn debate. But wait a minute. I went back, see, Reggie, Joe knows I do this. I go back historically and said, let me take a look back. Ronald Reagan sucked in his first presidential debate. It was like, almost like Joe's. It was horrible.
Yep. Rapping Ronnie was?
Back,
oh, yeah.
His first debate, he got his lunch eaten.
Yep. Just like Obama did.
See, yeah, exactly. Obama had a horrible first debate.
Yeah, but here's the deal. But both of those guys were able to, after the debate debacle, go in and do these interviews and cleaned it up and knocked it out of the park and rallied people. And all Joe has done is just to continue to deteriorate in front of everybody, so to the point where, by the way, Barack and Reagan's parties didn't abandon him. They're like, no, that's still our guy. That's still our guy. We're good. We're good.
Look, I'm loyal. I don't have to explain that to you. I've known you for over 30 years. I'm loyal to people. I don't give a crap what you've gone through, what you're accused of. He did this, he did that, because I know your heart. I know who you are. And I sat down and explained that Friday. I know who you are. And I'm with you, do or die. We ride.
Oh yeah, we've been. Do you know how? Lummy, do you know how I first met Reggie?
How?
And I have to go after this story because we're running late. So Reg, now that you got to number, when you hear something that motivates you, give me a buzz, and maybe as I'm getting my schedule down, maybe we can have you in once a month or something.
Just a little perspective from the brothers. That's all.
Yeah, just a little.
I ain't trying to hurt. I ain't trying to hurt nobody.
And it's common sense.
A little color from the brother.
It's smart.
Color from the brother.
Look, Joe gave me the biggest compliment. When I got let go or whatever, he says that was my man. He was solid. Didn't take any sides. Gave it as it is, and that's the way I did broadcasting. Now, oh my God, I can't even watch news now.
So anyway. Long story short, Lummy, I'm on the Power Pig. It's 1992. It's 1992.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been in the market about 3 months, and I've watched Channel 10, and I've seen this smooth-ass African-American guy with a girl named Susan Linko, and I've seen the Wilson dude over at Channel 13. So I know who the TV dudes are in town, and they were even bigger stars back then. Back before they had 5,000 different cable outlets and stuff like that. I mean, like if you were the head anchor of the CBS Tampa affiliate, the
Network
six,
News.
the 6 and the 11, you were a made man. So I'm like, Power Pack, hello, and they're like this. I hear this smooth brother go, yeah, man, this is Reggie Roundtree from Channel 10. I went, click. I hung up because I thought I was getting.
Hung up on me.
Yeah, I hung up on him. So then about 5 minutes later, the phone rings again. Reggie's having to job himself out, dial and get busy signals in between all the little fetuses trying to call me. So he finally calls me for the second time. I'm like, Power Pack, hello. He's like, whoa, hold on, listen. Don't hang up. My name is Reggie Roundtree. I work at Channel 10. I go, I know who Reggie Roundtree is. This is what I said. If this is really you, then tomorrow, in between, I know you guys get like a lunch hour or something like that after your. Normally you do your 6, and then like you get like till you had till like 8:30 to get back, right?
9:30.
9:30. So he didn't do whatever, go to dinner, whatever. I said, then tomorrow, come down to the studios, 4002 Gandhi, bitch, and I'm gonna watch I'm gonna watch the 6 o'clock to make sure you have the same suit on, and because I don't know who the hell you are. And sure enough, he came down to the studio, and I've known Reggie ever since that day, my boy.
Absolutely, but I just wanted to call in just to say, look, I don't care what side you're on or whatever. The dynamics of this, oh my God, Joe, the dynamics of this. Where do we go? What do we do? How do we attack? Holy smokes. But I'll give you one last thing before you go. You know what would kill the whole election? If Kamala's the president, guess who the VP?
Hillary?
No.
Who?
Barack Obama.
Michelle. Done.
Michelle?
Seal it, call it. Bye-bye. I'll see you in Costa Rica with Jay. Adios, bitch.
Adios, bitch.
I'm telling you.
I mean, that's scary for Trump, probably, right?
Yes.
Trump would have a conniption. Over. It's done. Don't even have the election. Just say thank you very much. I accept.
And especially if they can get Kamala in there, the next week or two, so she can get 6 months under her belt and maybe have done something, super fantastic in that 6 months, something, cool, and boom.
Look, all you got to do is send Kamala over a little private jet, escort over, go meet the Hamas guys, do her thing, come on back, done deal. Peace in the Middle East.
Kamala should roll over there in presidential and Air Force One with Lummy a pallet full of money. You know how they put money on pallets?
Like they've done in the past.
Drop it right off to the Hamas people, saying, "Listen, you guys get the hell out of the Gaza, get the hell out of the Gaza Strip. Let me be able to pound my chest and say that I got Hamas out of this whole situation."
Exactly.
Boom.
Done deal.
She wouldn't even have to say to get out of the Gaza Strip. All she'd have to do is give us her 8 hostages back, and she's in.
Yeah, all
she
hostages
didn't have to change the whole thing. She could just get 8 hostages. She's in.
Anyway, Reg, I gotta go. I'm running late. I'll look forward to hearing from you.
Guys.
Love you too, buddy. Appreciate you. You're right. We're all in there. That's all Hamas wants is some money.
Yep.
Bunch of dirty bastards.
They want all the Jews to die too.
No, they don't.
Oh, they do.
They do.
You pay them enough, they won't. Hey, Hamas, you want the Jews today? Okay, it's great. How about we give you $30 million for you let all the Jews go?
They value death more than life and money.
And there comes a point where, man, those stinky Hamas, they know the value of a dollar.
You're gonna have to turn one, Bubba.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
You want to call the after show you want to do a 10:20?
Yeah, that's cool.
So we can get out of here faster?
Yeah. I have no issue with that.
Yeah. Lummy, can you get back in 20 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What do you think, Chad? I think Reggie's right?
I don't think they want to. I don't think they want them digging. They might won't dig.
See, the thing is, by doing it in August, there's not a lot of time to dig.
So am I digging on here?
There's no way.
If they put it on Michelle.
I think that would be not happy for me, but I'm trying.
No,
to
I'm
be
saying
honest.
them. I'm saying them dig.
Yeah, I don't think Michelle would be second fiddle. I think if she went in, she'd go for number 1.
She's already number 1. Let's be honest.
I'll tell you one thing. It's going to be interesting how this all works out.
Because technically, they don't have a candidate right now for the next 3 weeks, and so she's out there campaigning, sort of.
Well, she knows she needs to be out there campaigning. Lotta.
Yeah.
I mean, she needs to. But then again, if the Democratic Party doesn't think they're going to go with her, then isn't she just wasting their money and her time?
Well, what else is she doing now?
No, but I'm saying like you need to roll out the person you're going to go with to get this 3 weeks worth of traction before the 1 month before the convention. You know, you roll your candidate out there. So that you just can't have somebody show up to fucking convention that's not been canvassing America for the last 3 weeks.
That's been ordained. I mean, Seth's right about what Obama didn't say, is by him saying no endorsement of her and that he wants a democratic process, he's basically saying he wants an open convention, which would be not good for them.
No, it's not good for Kamala.
No, not good for her.
But at that point, they're picking an unknown. I mean, because I've not heard Michelle. I've not heard, but maybe that's exactly why they end up being, because you're not hearing about it. It's such a mind fuck.
The thing is, I think they're prepared for Kamala. They're not prepared for a new VP.
Thank you, Paul.
I don't think they have any strategy for, was it Josh Shapiro? Is it going to be Hillary Clinton? Is it going to be Gretchen Whitmer and the first all-female ticket? There's a lot going on that are uncertain.
I mean, I think it's going to be an all-female ticket. They got to. That's their gimmick. That's the gimmick.
Whew, that's hard. Because then anything Trump says or J.D. Vance says is misogynistic.
I know.
This stuff actually happened on Veep.
It did happen on Veep. Didn't it?
This is like,
Hey, I was a big Veep fan.
Yeah, no, Veep's great.
Oh man, and who was that?
I'm rewatching it now.
Seth, who was that guy? That goofy motherfucker that ended up being a representative? Remember the big tall motherfucker?
Yeah, well, his name was Jonah.
Jonah
on the show.
Right.
Yeah, I tweeted a picture of him last night. He was great.
That was a great character, wasn't it? But the girl, Dreyfus, she fucking nails it.
Oh yeah,
she's one of the best actresses.
She that series left me wanting them to continue the story on. Like her being the. Remember they'd be like, yeah, Miss President, such and such is in the fucking green. Fuck that asshole. He is she would like act like a real person would.
Well, now I think that's kind of what politics actually is. So I'm watching it more of a documentary now.
Are you starting Veep over? Is it 10 season?
No, it's like 5. I started watching it just because of how crazy everything's politically. It kind of just inspired me to go back and watch it.
It surprises me you're watching a political show for fun.
That show's just,
that show's...
It's a parody of
that
politics.
show is one of the most well-written shows.
Definitely.
In fact, it was so well-written that you'd have to go back and watch the episode again for the shit that you missed the first time.
Go watch it.
It's just funny because they just surrounded her with the biggest bunch of idiots.
Yeah, I know.
And she's an idiot, and it's just like.
It's
seems like real life.
Yeah, it really does.
I've never seen a full episode of it.
You've never seen Veep?
No, I'm gonna do I did for you with Suits. I'm gonna watch episodes of Veep for Seth.
If you wanted to start a series from its start. It'd take you a couple, maybe a year or so to get through it. But oh my God, it's
season 3 of Suits. I'm sure I could put one down of Veep pretty soon.
You got 6 more seasons of Suits, brother.
Oh my God.
Hard losing it, but it's still
I'd abandon Suits and go to Veep immediately.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Abandon Suits.
No, you're not.
They're not even on the same.
He's the biggest export from Warsaw, Indiana.
Oh, yeah!
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Jay just informed me that he's 3 seasons deep on Suits. And then Seth brought up that he's rewatching Veep. And then Jay was like, well, maybe I should, maybe watch a few episodes of Veep. And then I proclaim, Suits is like horribly written.
I can't believe you said abandoned. You said abandoned Suits.
That's what you said.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, comparing the two franchises, Veep versus Suits, Veep is borderline one of the best written.
I think it got some Emmys. I think
it a comedy? Or
comedy.
Yeah, it was on HBO, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my God, it's so good. It is so good.
This is probably the perfect time to watch it now. Also.
I'm gonna now, but I mean, he did say drop Suits and watch Veep.
Listen, I would just say this, bud.
I'm in.
Veep is so much better, more well written, and funnier than Suits. Suits just because you're a lawyer.
Yeah.
But Veep, if you really want to, and here's the thing, and it's very much, it's in its very uncanny type way. Veep is almost identically what we are as a country going through. Like the ineptness of the president, and it's surrounded by buffoons, and it's just, I don't know, man. It's
art imitating life.
Does it not, Seth, kind of imitate what's going on?
The president decides that he's not going to seek re-election, and that she's going to be the Democratic candidate.
Yeah, and she wins,
and she goes. So I mean, like that happened. I mean, this is happening right now.
Oh yeah, this would be almost like, and she kind of has the characteristics of being a flighty like Kamala, does she not? Kamala's flighty and fun and smart-assy.
Look, yesterday after they announced, Kamala, there's everything on Twitter. We even posted a couple. There's memes going crazy. There's an episode on Veep where they show her all of the nasty things people are saying on Twitter about her, and she's just so blown away by it. She didn't even know that world existed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you just wonder if Kamala sees stuff like that. I don't know, man. I don't like giving shows hard sells at all.
Oh, but
it's a good show. It's a great show.
If there were two shows that you and I probably 1,000% agree upon, is Curb and Veep.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I would recommend that to. It's just
and Seinfeld.
Yeah, but I would put Seinfeld third on all that.
I'd put Eastbound and Down up there.
Yeah,
that's a top fiver.
I'd put Eastbound and Down, and I'd also put The Sopranos down too.
There's your 5.
Yep.
But you also got to consider. What's that, Lummy?
No, I was going to say, for dramas, I mean, you got Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad. There's so many.
Breaking Bad.
I try to put comedies in their own
their own
category.
Yeah,
it's tough to compare a comedy like The Sopranos.
Man, you start watching Veep, Jay, and you'll be like, this is what's happening to our country that was considered a drama, and I'm sorry, a comedic satire series 10 years ago is exactly what's happening right now. The presidential candidate does not want to run, and the female VP that they just put in there for window dressing ends up winning the presidency, and she doesn't know what she's doing, and she's got these incompetent people handlers, and she cusses people out and everything. It's exactly what we're going through. Lummy, we'll try to call it 10:20.
Sounds good.
10:20 for the after shows. That'll be on Rumble, YouTube, X, Twitch, Facebook, Bubba Army HQ, and others. Appreciate y'all. See you later.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Brett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repent.